Hello? Hello? Shush. He's starting soon. Very soon. Soon. Down. Stop. Meow. Give me a second, need to find my face. And there we are. Yeah, thought it was a little off. I'm going to lift myself a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Make myself a little smaller. Yeah. No? Yeah, a little bit too small. Yeah, there we go. I'll do. There you can see my nice little hips. How are ye? How's life? Is everything cooking you well? I don't imagine anyone's on today. I kind of came on last minute. I didn't give anyone a heads up whatsoever. Well, it is DDLC. That's a relatively somewhat itty bitty little bit popular one. We'll see if anyone pops up. Just doing my final swing of things. Don't mind me. Let's see. GTS is up. Both chats are working. That's good. My sexy me seems to be in one piece. Might a little blurry. Why am I low res? It doesn't matter. Anyway. I wonder why I'm low res. I feel low res. Am I low res? Yeah, I'm definitely low res. So I'm trying to, dodge the 10-minute timer. You know the one. So we're 5 minutes into that 10-minute timer. So we have to delay another 5 minutes, hopefully without swearing again. I do that a lot. But, yeah, so, any news? No one there? Everything quiet? I think everything's quiet. Ah, well. Right, so I'm going to talk to myself for the next 10 minutes. 5 minutes. Until I start swearing, then I'll probably start right away. So, oh, right. One thing I forgot to set up. Give me a second. I forgot to grab the game capture. Where are you? There you are. You. There we go. See that? The TV in the background. So, what do I talk about for the next 5 whole minutes? Whoa. Well, let's see. I'm now wearing 2 layers. Now, when I say 2 layers, I mean I have these really thick, really woolly, really baggy, really long jackets. The type of thing that you're supposed to wear in winter, right? And I got 2 of them. And I throw them on. So now I'm like marinating in myself. So, I'm managing to keep myself warm, which is really important because the weather has gotten worse lately. The snow has stopped, but the ice is still there. Despite all the rain, the ice is still there. Slowly going away though. But the weather isn't exactly improving. Feels like it's getting colder. But, yeah, I'm dealing with that. But I'm nice and warm, nice and toasty, a little sweaty. I had a massive knot in my hair. I have long hair. And I got really knotty, like super knotty. And I was like, oh, I can't be arsed trying to undo this knot, so I just snipped it all off. Just the knotted part, but it was a very big chunky knotted part. I'm hoping there's no big bald patch in the back of my head, but I can't see that far behind me, so see how that goes. Won't be the first time I've done something weird like that. I once snipped my ponytail, but I snipped it too close to the base that I couldn't tie it up anymore. And he ended up looking like Lord Farquaad from Shrek. That was actually really funny. It was great for Halloween, I'll tell you that much. Then there was that time. You know, there's a surprising amount of people that don't know the difference between a millimeter and an inch. I am not joking. There's a scary amount of people that thinks a millimeter is an inch. And I can't help but think to myself, like, what are they imagining 6 inches are then? Because, well, You know? Woo! The problem is when you go to a hairdresser's and you ask for an inch length hair and they turn around and say, yeah, we'll do that, and they give you a buzz cut. I had to inform him that maybe he should inspect the ruler next time. So that happened a long time ago. Yeah, but my hair should be fine. I don't feel any bald spots, and it's nice to have that knot gone. I don't know how the knot got. I assume I just got I had really bad sleep for the last while. Like messy, violent, painful kind of sleep. I wake up and in fits of fucking panic and pain. Then I go to bed again. At least I try to. I don't know what it is about winter. It makes my body hypersensitive. Like to everything. And because I don't take the best care of my body, of my health, I got all these like minor pains that just suddenly become explosive. It's so painful. It is what it is. I'm used to it. It's fun. Hello, Dust. Good morning. Morning. How are you? I think morning has passed for both of us at this point. But it's morning for someone somewhere. Okay, a 10-minute timer has passed, I think. Yep, our 10 minutes are up. Now I can be free. Fuck piss ass wipes. Yay. Okay, now that was our test. Hopefully YouTube doesn't ban me. Hopefully Twitch doesn't ban me. I wouldn't mind you. Twitch. Like, Twitch can go fuck itself. No, if YouTube bans me, I'm fucked. DDLC, yep, the free one, the old one. So, we'll be going for that. Might as well. So apparently there's been more interest in it, starting to drum up from viewers after the last horror game we played. Plus, after, you know, playing me-side, might as well enjoy this for a little bit, just to see what it's like. Never know, it could be fun. I'm hoping it's fun. Should be fun. Da-da-da. If it gets deleted, I'll cry with you. Yeah. YouTube with 600 streams. It could be worse. It could be much worse. But hey, if nothing else, it means I get to start over and actually make a decent channel. Because I learned a lot. A lot of things I should be doing, but I'm not. And I probably could, if I ever started over and decided to take this stuff seriously, I could do it. One thing I keep telling myself I have to learn, but never do, is learn how to play trends. I don't want to, but I have to. Also, I found an interesting game I want to play. Channel is decent, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm a diamond in the rough. Very family friendly. What was it we were doing with that camera there in the last horror stream? Oh, very wholesome. Oh. Now, there's a game I picked up there, a demo of a game that's coming out sometime in summer. That I want to play. It's called The Great Villainous Strategy of Lily. It's basically your Advanced War Strategy military combat game. But it plays from the perspective of a villainess in those villain stories you might sometimes read in manga. We weren't looking up pants. No. We weren't looking up pants. We were doing deep and riveted inspections of models. Yeah, so that's what the game I really want to play. Well, it was described as being like similar to that, or in the same vein as Advance Wars. So I have high hopes. I never got to play Advance Wars, but I'm well aware of its reputation, and I have played plenty of games like it. So I'm looking forward to it, to say the least. And it's a demo. We'll see what the real deal is like. Also, I picked up Metaphor Re Fantasio a while ago, and I'm debating whether or not I should play it on stream. Because that is going to be a high committal game. Like a high commit game. I'm also going to have to look into its leveling system, because if it's anything like that other game, I'm after forgetting the name of it, Persona, it's going to be really easy to over level certain areas, and I don't want to do that. I want to keep some level of challenge, but with games like that, I get really invested in leveling. Dark Club figure, extreme metaphor. But that's going to be a high commitment game. Once we start that, we're not stopping. I also plan to start the Yakuza series, which means that's going to be like, what, 5 years of gaming right there. It's only, what, 8, 9, 12 games, give or take. It's a pity we'll never be able to play the original 2 Yakuza games, because they were hard copies only, and they only came out in Japan, and they were only on the PS2. When we got the digital versions, they were actually, the story was very slightly altered in order to make room for another game in the same grouping. Apparently, when they released, I think it was 6. Don't quote me on that one. I'm going to say 6. When they wanted to release Yakuza 6, they couldn't, because the story was finished. They had everything nice and tidied up with a nice little bow. Everything was completed, all the story was done. So they released Yakuza 1 and 2, and they recreated Yakuza 0, which together tweaked the story just enough to create enough plot holes that they can make one more game. And they did. You'll be here for it? I hope so. So I look forward to it. Plus, I want to experience the madness of those games. Believe it or not, I never actually made it past Yakuza 2. I played 0 and I played 1, but I've never actually finished Yakuza 2. I've mostly finished it, I think. Actually, maybe I did finish it. I have memories of finishing it now. So I might have finished the first 2 Yakuza games, but I definitely didn't play from 3 onwards. First 3 Yakuza games. It'd have to be a day off, sick, or dead to miss your streams. That's true. Whenever you're working, you're here to procrastinate. Okay, I have dilly-dallied for far too long. I think it's time we brought up... Oh, we're going to turn that down a little. That'll do. Now, where is it on my side? God, that's bright and pink. I'm after forgetting how to spell my own name. I almost said Dommy, then I went go say Dominic, but I was writing it as Dommy halfway through. And here begins our nice, quiet, relaxing school life. The piano brings you to tears. Hey! I see an annoying girl running towards me from the distance, waving her arms in the air like she's totally oblivious to any attention she might draw to herself. That girl is Sayori, my neighbour, and good friend since we were children. You know, the kind of friend you'd never see yourself making today, but it just kind of works out because you've known each other for so long. God, what a condescending prick I am. But I fully 100% know exactly what he means. Give me a sec, my head seems to be drifting. Oh. Okay. Oh, I should move myself a little. There we go, that'll do. Deja vu. Okay, now my head's a little too low. I will make do. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Where am I? There we are. Too many tabs, too many programs. You know, the kind of... yeah, I've said that. We used to walk to school together on days like this, but starting around high school, she would oversleep more and more frequently. And I'd get tired of waiting up. But if she's going to chase after me like this, I almost feel better off running away. However, I just sigh and idle in front of the crosswalk and let Sayori catch up to me. Wow, I'm a prick. Oh, we got a sniper target. She's built like a tortilla chip. You know, a triangle. The size of that head. It's massive. Compared to the shoulders. Like, look at that. The bobblehead dog. Wow. It's like someone decided to make the living personification of a butt plug. And somehow it works. Boom, gone. Sniper Cat does the job. I overslept again. But I caught you this time. Maybe, but only because I decided to stop and wait for you. You say that like you were thinking about ignoring me. That's mean, Dominic. Yeah, she definitely has the kind of messy undertone right here. Not flirtatious, just messy. Kind of like everything's an afterthought to her. And they tried to put on the big ass bow. And she has the face of a punching bag. Like, there's so much dead space here. It feels like the intent was to hit it with a shovel. Well, if people stare at you for acting weird, then I don't want them to think we're a couple or something. Fine, fine. But you did wait for me after all. I guess you don't have it in you to be mean, even if you want to. Whatever. Sorry, whatever you say, Sayori. Yeah. We cross the street together and make our way to school. As we draw near, the streets become increasingly speckled with other students making their daily commute. By the way, Dominic, have you decided on the school club yet? Club? I told you already. I'm really not interested in joining... Oh, sorry. I told you already. I'm really not interested in joining any clubs. I haven't even looked either. That's not true. You told me you'd join a club this year. Did I? Did I? I'm sure it's possible I did. And one of their many conversations where I dismissingly go along with whatever she's going on about. Jesus! Sayori likes to worry a little too much about me. And I'm perfectly content just getting by on the average while spending my free time on games and anime. Oh, he's the go home club. I know exactly that feeling. I'd be something similar back in the day in my school days. But we had mandatory clubs back in my school. So I did badminton for a while. I was talking about how I'm worried that you won't learn how to socialize or have any skills before college. Your happiness is really important to me, you know. And I know you're happy now. I die at the thought of you becoming a niece, oh shit, in a few years because you're not used to the real world. Whoa. You trust me, right? Don't make me keep worrying about you. Alright, alright. I'll look at a few clubs if it makes you happy. Yeah. I joined this game because I hear it's good, not to have an existential crisis in the first 10 minutes. Played it back when you were in EAT. Damn. That must have been a kick in the teeth. No promises, though. I live by that statement. No promises. Will you at least promise me you'll try a little? Yeah, I guess I'll promise you that. You fool! You've fallen for her trap. Yay! Why do I let myself get lectured by such a carefree girl? More than that, I'm surprised I even let myself relent to her. I guess seeing her worry so much about me makes me want to ease her mind, at least a little bit, even if it does exaggerate everything inside of her head. Why is it that everything we say about her is condescending? Like, it's descriptive, but feels so condescending. The school day is as ordinary as ever, and it's over before I know it. After I pack up my things, I stare blankly at the wall, looking for an ounce of motivation. I've only just got my hands on this because it's free. Please, have some mercy on me. Also, I hadn't even thought of Danganronpa in a long ass time. Clubs. Sayori wants me to check out some clubs. Guess I have no choice but to start with the anime club. Also, hey JDX, how's life kicking ya? Hello? Sayori? Sayori must have come into the classroom while I was spacing out. I look around and realise that I'm the only one left in the classroom. I thought I'd catch you coming out of the classroom, but I saw you just sitting here and spacing out, so I came in. Honestly, you're even worse than me sometimes. I'm impressed. You don't need to wait up for me, if it's going to make you late to your own club. Well, I thought you might need some encouragement, so I thought, you know. Know what? Well, so you'd come to my club. Ew. Sayori. Yeah? There's no way I'm going to your club. Meanie. Sayori is vice president of the Literature Club. Unless there is manga, hentai, or excessive amount of porn, I will not be going to the Literature Club. I love to read books, but only in my own time at my own pace. She looks like an airhead. Well, she looks like a balloon. Like, her head is so bloated compared to the rest of her body, she comes off as a balloon. Maybe it's the way it rounds out as well, and again, the massive, broad, empty space right there. You know, the space that looks like you just gotta whack it with a shovel. It's just prime slapping position, space, you know? But yeah, like I said, like her head is so large it makes me think of a balloon. I like to think it's maybe a bit of perspective because she's always leaning forward. But even then, the head is kind of leveling out with her shoulders, even if it is a little bit pushed forward. So it's absolutely colossal and so round, it makes you think, you know, inflated, airhead, balloon. Not that I was ever aware that she had any interest in literature. In fact, I'm 99% sure she only did it because she thought it would be fun to help start a new club. Since she was the first one to show interest after the one who proposed the club, she inherited the title Vice President. That said, my interest in literature is guaranteed to be even less. Yeah, I'm going to the anime club. Damn right, that's where you go. Come on, please. Why do you care so much anyway? Well, I kinda told the club yesterday I'd bring in a new member. And Natsuki made cupcakes and everything. Don't make promises you can't keep. I can't tell if Sayori is really that much of an airhead, or she's so cunning as to have planned all of this out. Look at the scale of her head. It is pure air. I let out a long sigh. Fine. I'll stop by for a cupcake, okay? Yes, let's go. And thus, today marks the day I sold my soul for a cupcake. Not the first time, won't be the last. I dejectedly follow Sayori across the school and upstairs, a section of the school I rarely visit, being generally used by third-year classes and activities. Sayori, full of energy, swings open the classroom door. Everyone, the new member is here. I told you, don't call me a new member. Eh? Glance around the room. Welcome to the Literature Club. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sayori always says nice things about you. How do I voice you? Seriously, you brought a boy? Way to kill the atmosphere. Ah, Dominic. What a nice surprise. Welcome to the club. All words escape me in this situation. This club is full of incredibly cute girls. She's the only one. I'm looking at it now. She has small eyes, but everything is proportioned well. She has, smacking space, but at the same time, it's better proportioned than Airhead back there. She also has better proportions. About the same amount of smack space as the one on the left. Interesting. She's very, well kept. And interestingly enough, so is she until you get down to the buttons, which are slightly messy. And then you have this one who's also slightly... how do I put this? It's like she's close enough to... She gets as close as she can, but she doesn't commit. That's the feeling I'm getting. Like, she can't be bothered to go all the way. I thought for a second she only had one button, but no, I see the other two right there. Is her shirt too tight? How is her shirt too tight? Is she like wearing a boy's shirt? Even then, she's not exactly packing. Yeah. Add the chest for the occasion. What are you looking at? If you want to say something, say it. I'm forgetting her voice already. Sorry. Natsuki. The girl with the sour attitude, whose name is apparently Natsuki, is one I don't recognize. Her small figure makes me think she's probably a first year. She's also the one who made cupcakes, according to Sayori. You can just ignore her when she gets moody. Oh no, you can just ignore her when she gets moody. Sayori says that quietly into my ear, and turns back to the other girls. Anyway, this is Natsuki, always full of energy. And this is Yuri, the smartest in the club. Don't say things like that. Yuri, who appears she is super popular. She is super popular, you know she is. I'm talking with the player base. Like, Jesus Christ. Timid, shy, looks away, massive set. She is super popular. They just wear her hair. Yeah, she's super popular. Yuri, who appears comparable, more mature and timid, seems to have a hard time keeping up with people like Sayori and Natsuki. Ah well, it's nice to meet the both of you. And it sounds like you've already met Monica, is that right? That's right. It's nice to see you again, Dominic. Monica smiles sweetly. We do know each other well. We rarely talked, but we were in the same class last year. You can think of 2 reasons of why she's popular. I can think of 6, but I know the 2 you're talking about. Monica was probably the most popular girl in class, Smart, beautiful, athletic, flips her skirt. Basically completely out of my league. So having her smile at me so gently feels a little... You too, Monica. Come sit down, Dom. We need room. Come sit down, Dom. We need room for you at the table. So you can sit next to me or Monica. I'll get the cupcakes. Hey, I made them. I'll get them. Sorry, I got a little too excited. Then, how about I make some tea as well? The girls have a few desks arranged to form a table. As Sayori mentioned, it's become widened so that there is one space next to Monica and one space next to Sayori. Natsuki and Yuri walked over to the corner of the room, where Natsuki grabbed a wrapped tray and Yuri opens the closet. Sorry, I just realised the name Yuri. If you know, you know. I still feel awkward. I'll take a seat next to Sayori. Natsuki proudly marches back to the table, tray in hand. Okay, are you ready? Ta-da! Ooh! Natsuki lifts the foil off the tray to reveal a dozen white, fluffy cupcakes, decorated to look like little cats. The whiskers are drawn with icing, and little pieces of chocolates were used to make ears. So cute! I had no idea you were so good at baking, Natsuki. Well, you know. Just hurry up and take one. Sayori grabs one first, then Monica. I follow. It's delicious! Sayori talks with her mouth full, and it's already managed to get icing on her face. I turn the cupcake around in my finger, looking for the best angle to take a bite. I used to do that as well. Tea. Yes, the proper drink, Toast. Hey! Natsuki is quiet. I can't help but noticing her sneaking glances in my direction. It's because you haven't bit into her cupcake. Is she waiting for me to take a bite? I finally bite down. The icing is sweet and full of flavour. Wonder if she made it herself. This is really good. Thank you, Natsuki. Well, why are you thanking me? It's not like haven't I heard this before? So made them for you or anything? Eh? I thought you technically did. Sayori said. Well, maybe. But not for you, you know, you dummy. God, she is such a cliche. Alright, alright. Now you want a cupcake? Someone brought donuts, so you're settled with that. Well, donuts are good second place. Well, third place. Muffins are like, oof. A good muffin is where it's at, like really where it's at. A nice, soft, thick, juicy muffin. Made with chocolate and chocolate chips. That type of shit that you can just peel off its body like a fucking, I don't know, soft and tender and delicious. I love it. I give up on Natsuki's weird logic and dismiss the conversation. Yuri returned to the table, carrying the tea set. He carefully places a teacup in front of each of us, before setting down the teapot next to the cupcake tray. You keep a whole tea set in this classroom. Don't worry, the teachers gave us permission. After all, doesn't a hot cup of tea help you enjoy a good book? She's right. I guess. But generally speaking, when I get into a book and I start reading, anything that's warm is not warm when I get back to it. There's a reason. Yes, actually, I'm going to be a little honest with you. When I started the channel, I realised that I wanted everything to be somewhat somber. And at the same time, I knew I needed something like a mascot or a team. And I was eating a tray of muffins. Like I had like 20 baby muffins in a tub. And I realised, well, I can always just make it muffin themed. The mascot is originally supposed to be a muffin as well. That's why you see the, if you're on YouTube, you can probably see the muffin sticker in the bottom right corner of the screen. But eventually, the muffins kind of got phased out for Jackass up there. Still there, still in the background. I'm not giving up on them. Muffins are delish. It's neat though, and delicious it is. Then, for some reason, we also have a slime somewhere hidden around the place somewhere. That was also supposed to be a mascot. But then we end up with Chat Cat. Yay. Ah, I guess. Don't let yourself get intimidated. You're just trying to impress you. That's not... Insulted, Yuri looks away. I mean, I meant that, you know? I believe you. Well, tea and reading might not be a pastime for me, but I at least enjoy tea. I'm glad. Yuri faintly smiles to herself in relief. Monica raises an eyebrow and smiles at me. So, what made you consider the literature club? About that! I was afraid of this question. I was afraid of any question. Something tells me I shouldn't tell Monica that I was practically dragged here by Sayori. Well, I haven't enjoyed any clubs yet, and Sayori seemed really happy to be here, so... That's okay. Don't be embarrassed. We'll make sure you feel right at home, okay? As president of the literature club, it's my duty to make the club fun and exciting for everyone. Monica, actually I'm the same as you. I haven't read the book in forever. And I don't really feel the desire to. I feel like I don't have time anymore to do much of anything. Heck, I barely have a chance to watch anime or movies or anything. Monica, I'm surprised. How come you decided to start your own club? You could probably be a board member for any of the major clubs. Weren't you a leader of the debate club last year? Well, you know. To be honest, I can't stand all the politics around the major clubs. I felt like nothing but arguing about the budget and publicity and how to prepare for events. I'd much rather take something I personally enjoy and make something special out of it. And if it encourages others to get into literature, then I'm fulfilling that dream. Monica really is a great leader. Yuri nods her head in agreement. Then, I'm surprised there aren't more people in the club yet. It must be hard to start a new club. You could put it that way. Not many people are very interested in putting out all of the effort to start something brand new. He's not wrong. Especially when it's something that doesn't grab your attention, like literature. Yeah. You have to work hard to convince people that you're both fun and worthwhile. But it makes school events like the festival that much more important. I'm confident that we all really grow this club. I'm confident that we can all really grow this club before we graduate. Right, everyone? Yeah. We'll do our best. You know it. God, she has... I am only I'm one dead brain cell away from doing something stupid and giving her the smoker addict Naruto voice. I'm that close. Everyone enthusiastically agrees. Each different girl, all interested in the same goals. Look at this collection of waifus. Irregularly arranged, not by height, not by boob size, but by the fact that they're all completely psychotic. This is Naruto. This is... This is the airhead. And this is... Oh. Oh! Well, that's an interesting little detail. So while these two have face forward with the chest, every character is looking at me through the side of their face. They're side-eyeing me. Except for Monica. She's the only one that's head on. That's interesting. Yeah. Believe it! No, no, I can't do that voice. Believe it. Believe. No, I can't do that voice. Believe it! I'm Naruto! No, that's not it. Smoker Naruto was something special. Monica must have worked really hard just to find these three. Maybe that's why they're all so delighted by the idea of a new member joining. So, I still don't really know if I can keep up with their level of enthusiasm about literature. So Dominic, what kind of things do you like to read, Warren? Well, considering how little I've read these past few years, I don't really have a good way of answering that. Manga? I muttered quietly to myself, half joking. You know, I've read a lot of books, not just manga, but also various novels. And the one novel that has trapped in my mind forever is Monsoon by Wilbur Smith, made in the 1980s. It's probably his greatest piece of literature that I've ever read from him, because it's the one where he dedicated to his late wife. And because of that, he did an immense amount of research to write a story that was historically accurate, but not historically correct. It's a fancy story after all. And I saw that at one point he was about to fall into his old trappings of including fantasy elements, like super fantasy weapons. Like in one of his stories, he had a crossbow that could shoot through tornadoes. And in this one, he had a sword that could cut anything. But as soon as he gave the character the sword, he immediately gets the sword lost. And I just thought to myself, in a very good way, I'd like to add. And I just thought to myself, oh, he knew what he was doing, and he knew he couldn't afford to let that stay in the game, because he'll get himself trapped. He'll end up ruining his intent of his story. He was smart, clever, very good story, really good fucking story. Even my mother, who hates fantasy stuff, really liked that story. I muttered quietly to myself, half joking. Natsuki's head suddenly perks up. Looks like she wants to say something. She keeps quiet. Not much of a reader, I guess. Oh yeah, Naruto over there is definitely into manga. Hey Tony, how are you? Got all the girls? God, I wish. No, all I have is Chaka up there just... Chaka's been hanging on to that wall for dear life for a long time now. Excuse me. Well, that can change. Also, can you hear me well enough? Hey now. Keep it in your pants. Well, that can change. What am I saying? I spoke without thinking after seeing Yuri's sad smile. Anyway, what about you, Yuri? Well, let's see. Yuri traces the rim of her teacup with her finger. My favourite are usually novels that build deep and complex fantasy worlds. The manga before manga. It doesn't matter whether or not it's a novel or a comic. It's all fantasy bullshit to someone. The level of creativity and craftsmanship behind them is amazing to me. And telling a good story is such a foreign world is equally impressive. Yuri goes on, clearly passionate about her reading. She seems so reserved and timid since the moment I walked in, but it's obvious by the way her eyes light up that she finds her comfort in the world of books, not people. But you know, I like a lot of things. Stories with deep psychological elements usually immerse me as well. Isn't it amazing how a writer can deliberately take advantage of your own lack of imagination and completely throw you for a loop? Yeah, it's very hard. It's great when a writer does that. I think my best examples of fantasy stories that really challenges your expectations is anything written by Terry Pratchett, specifically the Discworld books. There's someone with similar skills who wrote Dark Omen, or not Dark Omen, Bad Omens, which is also a fantastic book. It's got made into a TV series, I'd like to add. Anyway, I've been reading a lot of horror lately. You know, I've never actually got really into horror book. I think it's the disconnect, you know, between seeing and reading. even though I am a visual reader. I think the last horror book I really sunk my teeth into was this really old, I still have it actually. Somewhere in my room there's this extremely old choose your own adventure horror story book I have. Not bad. But it's also really cruel because there are instances where a lack of imagination. Yeah, not wrong. I read a horror book once. I desperately gasped. Something I can grasp. Something I can relate to at a minimal level. At this rate, Yuri might as well have been having a conversation with a rock. Really? I wouldn't have expected that, Yuri. For someone as gentle as you. I guess you could say that. But if a story makes me think, or takes me to another world, then I can't really put it down. That's true. That is true. If a book can grasp you, it'd be really hard to put it down. It's not unusual for me to chew through 300 pages of a book in one sitting. That actually happened to me once. I got so engrossed in a book that no one could... people had to physically go look for me because they thought I was gone. But no, I was actually just too engrossed in books. Some books are like that. Technically, the Choose Your Adventure books are like that too. You used to devour books back in school? Yeah. I used to do that too, but back then we had time. These days it feels like we don't have any time at all. Selling our time really for who knows how much an hour. That's all we do these days. Middle school more like? Yeah. But if a story makes me think, or takes me to another world, then I can't really put it down. A real horror is often very successful at changing the way you look at the world. Only for a brief moment. I hate horror. Oh, why's that? Well, Atsuki's eyes darted over to me for a second. Never mind. Oh god, I'm starting to deviate towards Naruto. That's right. You usually like to write about cute things, don't you, Natsuki? What? What gives you that idea? You left a piece of scrap paper behind last club meeting. Looks like you're working on a poem called... Don't say it out loud! And give that back! Fine. Your cupcakes, your poems. Everything you do is just as cute as you are. Sayori sidles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders. I'm not cute! Natsuki, you write your own poems? Well, I guess. Sometimes. Why do you care? I think that's impressive. Why don't you share them sometime? No. Natsuki averts her eyes. You wouldn't like them. Not a very confident writer, I see. I understand how you feel, Natsuki. Sharing that level of writing takes more than just confidence. The truest form of writing is writing to oneself. You must be willing to open up to your readers, exposing your vulnerabilities, and showing even the deepest reaches of your heart. Do you have writing experience too, Yuri? God, why does it feel like she's staring at me specifically? Maybe if you share some of your work, you can set an example and help Natsuki feel comfortable enough to share hers. I guess it's the same for Yuri. I wanted to read everyone's poems. We all sit in silence for a minute. Okay, I have an idea, everyone. Natsuki and Yuri look quizzically at Monika. Let's all go home and write a poem of our own. Then, next time we meet, we'll all share them with each other. That way, everyone is even. Yay, let's do it! Plus, now that you have a new member, I think it will help us all get a little more comfortable with each other and strengthen the bonds of the club. Isn't that right, Dominic? Monika smiles warmly at me, once again. Hold on, there's still one problem. Yeah? What's that? Now that we're back to the original topic of me joining the club, bluntly come forward with what's been on my mind the entire time. I never said I joined the club. Sayori may have convinced me to stop by. I never made any decision. I still have other clubs to look at, and I lost my train of thought. The murder squad is right there. She's like, huh. She's like, and she's like, and she's like, I lost my train of thought. All four girls are staring back at me with dejected eyes, except maybe her. She looks like she's going to punch me. But, boss, I'm sorry, I thought. Dominic, you all... I'm defenseless against these girls. Actually, that's one of the things that I used to have really bad at. When I was younger, whenever someone pulled off that really obvious dejected appearance, I'd get really weak. Or not in the, I remember else, but in the, oh no, what am I doing type of way. And then there's, even worse, they put on the wet works. I used to be really vulnerable to all that. Easy to manipulate. Now not so much. Told one woman that the only value she had as to a relationship was that she was a cum rag. That's how blunt I've become these days. So to be fair, she earned that description. Didn't have any basic skills whatsoever. Picked random fights with people in a fucking McDonald's. Expected other people to save her, which means she'd have any relation she would be in. She'd expect to throw them to the wolves. After she, after she started it up. And I realised that the only value she had, because she also didn't work, is just being a general leech and a pain to people. So, because of that, I realised the only value she had was her pussy. Thus, she was a cum rag. And I made sure to explicitly say that, and explain in full detail why. I basically told her to go home, rethink her life, and learn a basic skill. Don't know what happened to her after that. Can't say I care. I mean, what else are you going to say to a random person who attacks you at McDonald's? Verbally speaking. I'm defenseless against these girls. Trust me, honesty is not always a good thing. And we're supposed to make a clear-headed decision when it's like this. And keep in mind, that wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that long ago. Probably within the last 5-10 years. Probably the last 5 years. But it's like, if you don't have any basic skills, you're not able to do anything around the house. That means as a stay-at-home person, you're useless. If you don't work, it means you're not bringing out money, which means you're a leech and thus even more useless. And if you're at least an emotional support, great. But if you're going around picking fights and throwing people to the wolves, you're not an emotional support, you're an abuser. Thus, we're all three together, combined in one person. You guess, Miss Cumrag. That's why I always tell people to learn a basic skill. Doesn't matter what your gender is. Learn something basic so you can help around. That's true. That is, if writing poems is the price I need to pay in order to spend every day with those beautiful girls. Right, the simp is coming out. Right. Okay, I've decided then. I'll join the literature club. One by one, the girl's eyes light up. Yes, I'm so happy. Sayori wraps her arms around me, jumping up and down. Oh. I'm looking at this now and I just realised that, the messy description is actually 100% on point. Not only is all that messed up and half-assed, but her shirt, her blazer is also completely open. Like everyone else has it buttoned up, but hers is just exposed. It's just haphazardly thrown over her shoulders. Actually an interesting bit of detail. I don't blame him myself. If I was this young, surrounded by this many hot women, trust me, I probably wouldn't have a single decisive bone in my body either. You really did scare me for a moment. If you really just came for the cupcakes, I would have been super pissed. And that makes it official. Welcome to the Literature Club. Ah, thanks, I guess. Okay, everyone. Do you know I had a dream the other night where for some reason I was streaming porn? Like full-blown hentai. And then when I was done streaming it, I got into a panic because I was worried that if I didn't tag it as inappropriate, I'd get banned. But I assumed that the witches system was somehow on YouTube. It was a weird dream. But considering well, there's a lot of reasons why I won't. Not that I can't. I've seen plenty of streamers pull it off with the right censorship. I think with that, we can officially end today's meeting on a good note. Everyone remembers tonight's assignments? No, it's more like the labeling. For example, on YouTube, when you create a video, you have to label it as for kids or not for kids. And then on Twitch, you have to label it if there's sexual content in it or if there's anything specific. You also have to watch out for Twitch because they have a list of banned games that will automatically ban your account if you play them. Actually, believe it or not, I have a few porn games that I actually find gameplay really good. Plus, I think they have a stay for work streamer mode, so I might look at that. Probably won't happen, trust me, but the option is there. Write a poem and bring the next meeting, so we can all share. Monica looks over at me once more. Dominic, I look forward to seeing how you express yourself. Yeah. You know, she's always looking straight on, but only when she acts cutesy does she turn her head away from us. Can I really impress the class star Monica with my mediocre writing skills? Trust me, it's less than mediocre. I already feel the anxiety welling up inside me. Meanwhile, the girls continue to chit-chat as Yuri and Natsuki clean up their food. Hey Dominic, since you're already here, do you want to walk home together? That's right. Sayori and I never walk home together anymore. Because she always stays after club. After school for clubs. Sure, might as well. She's bewitching. And I suppose that's a word. Yay! It feels a little unnerving. With that, the two of us depart the club room and make our way home. The whole way, my mind wanders back and forth between the four girls. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and of course, Monica. Will I really be happy spending every day after school in a literature club? Perhaps I'll have the chance to grow closer to one of these girls. Alright. I just need to make the most of my circumstances, and I'm sure good fortune will find me. And I guess that starts with writing a poem tonight. Oh fuck. Ha 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 ha! So that's how this works. So we have to pick a word we think they'd like. And what? Curry favour with them so we can bang them in the closet later? Pick words you think your favourite club members will like. Something good might happen with whoever likes your poem the most. Oh, she's the horror girl, so she probably likes things like Misery. She likes cute things. I don't know what she likes. She likes Misery. Interesting. And she likes... Okay. And family. Okay, 3, 4. Sadness. Jesus Christ, girl. Are you depressed or something? Oh, she likes Disown. Ooh. She likes Climax. She likes Entropy. Okay, I think we're almost even on this. She likes Agonizing. Massacre. Ooh. Lust. Of course. God, she is something vicious. Bed. Oh, she likes the bed. I haven't hit the middle one at all. Lucky. Oh. Eternity. Of course. God, how many words are we picking? Despise. Secretive. Disaster. Horror. Passion, of course. Hopeless, of course. Unrequited, of course. Jesus. Picking all this negative stuff is just taking 2 of the girls and making them whole. You know? Hi again, Dominic. Glad to see you didn't run away on us. Ah, don't worry. This might be a little strange for me, but I at least keep my word. But I'm back in the literature club. I was the last to come in, but everyone else is already hanging out. I'm not sure. Both Yuri and Natsuri, I think Natsuri, the first girl, our childhood friend, they were bouncing all over the place. The girl in the middle, the pink-haired girl, nothing. Thanks for keeping your promise, Dominic. I hope this isn't too overwhelming of a commitment for you. Making your dive headfirst into literature when you're not accustomed to it. Okay, not her. Oh, come on. Like he deserves any slack. They already told me you didn't want to join the club, join any clubs this year. And last year too. I don't know if you plan to just come here and hang out or what. But if you don't take us seriously, you won't see the end of it. Natsuki, you certainly have a big mouth for someone who keeps her manga collection in the club room. Natsuki finds herself stuck between saying Monica and manga. Manga is literature! Swiftly defeated, Natsuki plops down in her seat. Don't worry, guys. Dominic always gives it his best as long as he's having fun. No. He helps me with busy work without even asking. No. Like cooking, cleaning my room. How dependable. You have a big mouth for someone so short would have been wrecking. Yeah, but that'd be kind of overkill, I think. Sayori, that's because your room is so messy it's distracting. And you almost set your house on fire once. Is that so? I can't say anything. I've set my house on fire at least twice. You two are really good friends, aren't you? I might be a little jealous. How come? You and Dominic can become good friends too. Sayori? As usual, Sayori seems oblivious to the weird situation she just put me into. Oh, Yuri even brought you something today, you know? Wait, Sayori. Eh? Me? Not really. Don't be shy. It's really nothing. What is it? Never mind. They already made it sound like a big deal when it's really not. What do I do? I'm sorry, Yuri. I wasn't thinking. I guess this means it's up to me to rescue the situation. Hey, don't worry about it. First of all, wasn't expecting anything in the first place. So any nice gesture from you is a pleasant surprise. It'll make me happy no matter what. Is that so? Yeah, I won't make a big deal if you don't want it to be. Alright. Well, here. Yuri reaches into her bag and pulls out a book. Don't want you to feel left out. So I picked out a book I thought you might enjoy. It's a short read, so it should keep your attention even if you don't usually read. That's considerate. And we could, discuss it if you wanted. This is... How is this girl accidentally being so cute? She even picked out a book she thinks I like, despite me not reading much, or not knowing what you like. Yuri, thank you. I'll definitely read this. I enthusiastically took the book. Well, you can read it at your own pace. I look forward to hearing what you think. Now that everyone's settled in, I expected Monica to kick off some scheduled activities for the club. But that doesn't seem to be the case. Think she'd like Berserker 100%. Yuri and Monica were having a cheery conversation in the corner. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. I can't help but notice her intense expression, like she's waiting for this chance. Meanwhile, Natsuki is rummaging about in the closet. I'm really curious to talk to Yuri a little bit more. But at the same time, I would feel bad for distracting her from her reading. I catch a glimpse of the cover of her book. It looks like the same book she lent me. More than that, she seems to be on the first few pages. Crap. I think she noticed me looking at her. She sneaks another glance at me and our eyes meet for a split second. But that only makes her hide her face deeper in her book. Sorry. I was just spacing out. I muttered this sentence and I made her uncomfortable. Oh. It's fine. If I was focused, then I probably wouldn't have noticed it in the first place. But I'm just rereading a bit of this, so... That's the book you gave me, right? I wanted to reread some of it. Not for any particular reason. Just curious how come you have two copies of the same book? Well, when I stopped at the bookstore yesterday. That's not what I meant. I mean, I just happened to buy two of them. Oh god, this trope. I see. There's something very obvious here that Yuri isn't telling me. I decided to let it go. Smart. I'll definitely start reading it soon. I'm glad to hear. Once it starts to pick up, you might have a hard time putting it down. It's a very engaging and relatable story. Is that so? What's it about anyway? Well, Yuri closes the book and scans her eyes over the back. The book is titled The Portrait of Markov. There's an ominous looking eye symbol on the front cover. Alright. I just wanted to make sure I didn't accidentally give anything away. Basically, it's about this girl in high school who moves in with her long lost younger sister. But as soon as she does, her life gets really strange. She gets targeted by these people who escaped from a human experiment prison. And while her life is in danger, she needs to desperately choose who to trust. No matter what she does, she ends up destroying most of her relationships and her life starts to fall apart. It's kind of dark, isn't it? Yuri made it sound like it was going to be a nice story, but the dark turn came from nowhere. Yuri gently giggles all of a sudden. Are you not a fan of this sort of thing, Dominic? No, it's not that. I mean, I can definitely enjoy those kinds of things, so don't worry. I hope so. Yeah, I totally forgot that Yuri is into those things. She's so shy and reclusive on the outside, but her mind seems to be completely different. There's plenty of people like that. They look one way, behave another way, and have some of their most fucked up interests. Wow, you know? Like, just wow. I'm not quite sure how it's relatable, but I suppose we'll find out. They challenge you to look at life from a strange new perspective. Completely different? I'm not sure what you're on about. When horrible things happen, not just because someone wants them to be evil, but because they have their own goals or their own philosophy that they believe in, then suddenly, when you thought you related to the protagonist, they made out to be the naive one for letting their one-sided morals interfere with the villain's plans. I'm rambling, aren't I? Not again. I'm sorry. Fuck's sake, that is manipulation at its finest. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, if I was dating someone who behaved like that, the amount of times I'd be pulling them into hugs and kissing the top of their heads would be scary. I'd be portrayed as some sort of creep. Like, this girl wouldn't be able to sit down without me pulling her into a fucking hug and then playing video games while she's just kind of just wrapped around me. Fuck. That is just messing with my head now. I haven't lost interest or anything. Well, I guess it's alright then. But I feel like I should let you know that I have this problem. When I let things like books and writing fill my thoughts, I kind of forget to pay attention to others. So I'm sorry if I end up saying something strange. And please stop me if I start talking too much. I really don't think you need to worry. That just means you're passionate about reading. Least I can do is listen. It's a literature club after all. That's true. In fact, I might as well start reading it, right? You don't have to. What are you saying? After you pulled that stunt, I've no choice but to. Just a moment ago, you said you were looking forward to it. Let me just get the book. I quickly retrieved the book and put it into my bag. Alright, it's fine if I sit here, right? I slip into the seat next to Yuri's. Yeah. Are you sure? You seem a little apprehensive. Who the fuck used apprehensive in a sentence? I'm sorry. Not that I don't want to. It's just something I'm very not used to. This is reading in company with someone. I see. Well, just tell me if I end up distracting you or anything. Alright. Wait, no, I think I was supposed to say that. Open the book and start the prologue. I soon understand what Yuri means when reading in company. It's as if I feel her presence over my shoulder as I read. Oh, I hate that feeling. It's not a particularly bad feeling. It is fucking horrible. Maybe a little distracting, but the feeling is somewhat comforting. I can get nothing done if I have someone looming over my shoulder. Yuri is in the corner of my eye. I realise that she's not actually looking at her own book. I glance over. It looks like she's reading from my book instead. Sorry. I was just... Yuri, you don't have to apologise a lot. Yuri, you really apologise a lot, don't you? I do? I don't really mean to. Sorry. I mean... Here, this should work, right? Why do they put so much detail in the breast area? Over the shoulder makes you feel every mistake you never do. Yes. Fuck, it paralyses me. I slide my desk until it's up against Yuri's, then hold my book more between the two of them. Unspoken riz right there. Ah, I suppose so. Yuri timidly closes her own book. Once we get each lean in a little bit, our shoulders are almost touching. Feel like my left arm is in the way, so I instead use my right hand to hold open the book. Ah, I guess that makes it kind of difficult to turn the page. Here. Yuri takes her left arm and holds the left side of the book open, between her thumb and forefinger. Ah. I do the same with my right arm on the right side. That way, I turn a page and Yuri slides it under her thumb after it flips to her side. But in holding it like this, we're huddled even closer together than before. It's actually kind of distracting me. It's as if I can feel the warmth of Yuri's face and she's in the corner of my vision. Are you ready? Eh? Turn the page. Ah, sorry. I think I got a bit distracted for a second. I glance over at Yuri's face again and her eyes meet. I don't know how I'll be able to keep up with her. Ah, that's okay. You're not as used to reading, right? I don't mind being patient if it takes you a bit longer. Probably the least I can do. Since you're being so patient with me. Fuck, she's cute. Yeah, thanks. I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. I have to deal with something. Wish I could add milk to get some tea, but I don't. Instead, I have a burger on. That's doing its thing. I'll be going back for that in a little bit. Then we'll have a little lunch break. I'd be careful as well, because with a game like this, it's going to rip apart my voice. So I don't know how long we're going to be streaming like this. I have to figure out where a good spot is to settle down so we can continue on the game again later, if I want to spare my voice. We continue reading. Yuri no longer asks me if I'm ready to turn the page. Instead, I just assume that she finished the page before me, so I turn it by my own volition. We continue the first chapter in silence. Even so, turning each page almost feels like an intimate exchange. My thumb gently letting go of the page, letting it flutter over to her, as she catches it under her own thumb. Hey Yuri. This might be a silly thought, but the main character kind of reminds me of you a little bit. You think so? How does she? Well, I guess she's more blunt in a lot of ways. But she's also second guesses all the things she says and does. That's where she found the relatability. I'll try not to forget the burger. Like, she's afraid she'll do something wrong. It's not like I see into your head or anything. But that's the kind of reminiscence of some of your mannerism. I see. Yuri remains silent for a moment. But Dominic, that's probably a terrible thing to have in common with her. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing that you think like that. Wait, I didn't mean it in a bad way or anything. Sorry, I really didn't know you were self-conscious about that sort of thing. I guess I more meant that it's kind of cute. What are you saying all of a sudden? Okay, everyone. I think it's about time we share today's poems with each other. We might not have enough time if we wait too long. Yuri exhales, spared from finishing her thoughts. Is that alright, Yuri? Sorry, is that alright, Yuri? You look kind of down. I'm sorry if you haven't been looking forward to this. It's not. It's fine. Yuri releases her hand from the book, causing it to close on top of my thumb. Alright. I guess I'll do some more reading tonight. Or would you prefer I only read it with you? I guess I don't have too much of a preference either way. In that case, I'll read a little more tonight. It'll be more fun to read with you after it picks up a bit, don't you know? That's good reasoning. In that case, feel free to finish the first 2 chapters in your own time. Alright, he won't even finish one. Cock blocked while flirting with Yuri, yeah. Monica, such an evil person. I stand up and make a mental note of where I left off in the book, then slip it back into my bag. By the way, did you remember to write a poem last night? Yeah, with some of the most depressing words in it. Yeah. My relaxation ends. I can't believe I agreed to do something so embarrassing. I couldn't really find much inspiration since I've never really done this before. Well, now that everyone is ready, why don't you find someone to share with? I can't wait. Sayori and Monica enthusiastically pull out their poems. Sayori is a wrinkled sheet of loose leaf torn from a spiral notebook. On the other hand, Monica wrote hers in a composition note. I could already see Monica's pristine handwriting from where I sit. Natsuki and Yuri reluctantly comply as well, reaching into their bags. I do the same. Who should I show my poem to first? Yuri. Yuri seems the most experienced, so I should start with her. I can trust her opinion, to be fair. Obviously we picked her for her Experience. As Yuri reads the poem, I notice her eyes lighten. Exceptional. Huh? What was that? Did I say that out loud? Yuri's first covers her mouth, and then ends up covering her whole face. He's going to hate me. You really didn't do anything wrong, Yuri. Eh? I guess you're right. What am I getting so nervous for? Yuri takes a breath. So, what kind of writing experience do you have? Your use of imaginary and metaphors indicates you've written a lot of poetry before. Really? Wow. Wow, that's a huge compliment coming from you. It's actually my first time, really. Huh? Yuri stares at me blankly, then looks at my poem again. Well, I know that. I just meant, Yuri trails off, unable to find an excuse. She traces her fingers along the words in the poem, as if breaking it down more thoroughly. Yeah. Okay. This is the reason I'm able to tell. It's just that there are specific writing habits that are usually typical of new writers. And having been through this myself, I kind of learned to pick up on them. She didn't pick up on it until she is told it. Then she looked for an excuse. She's a little biased, yes. I think the most noticeable thing I recognise in a new writer is that they try to make their style very deliberate. In other words, they tend to pick a writing style separate from the topic matter, and they form fit the two together. The end result is that both the styles and the expressiveness are weakened. Once Yuri finds her train of thought, it's oh, that's probably because we have the other girl as the popular pick as well. Her stammering is completely gone and she sounds like an expert. Of course, that's not something you can be blamed for. There are so many different skills and techniques that go into writing even a simple poem. Not just finding them and building them, but getting them to work together is probably the most challenging part. It might take you some time, but it all comes down to practice and learning from by example, and trying new things. I also hope that everyone else in the club gives you valuable feedback. Natsuki can be a little bit biased though. Biased? How? Well, never mind. I shouldn't be talking about people like that. She has something she really wants to say there. Sorry. It's fine. I'm not sure if Yuri is apologising to herself, to me, or to Natsuki. Do you mind if I read your poem now? Please do. I'd love to share my thought process behind this. Yuri smiles dreamily as if that's a rare opportunity for her, which itself is kind of funny. After all, isn't this supposed to be a literature club? Close under the light, the tendrils of my hair illuminate beneath the amber glow, fading. It must be this one. The last remaining streetlight to have withstood the test of time. The last yet to be replaced by the sickening blue-green hue of the future. I bathe, calm, breathing air into present but living in the past. The light flickers. I flicker back. There are different ways to view that poem. The obvious one is that she's kind of lamenting the loss of the old ways, and the loss of old beauty that's been taken over by new trends. I suppose maybe that's one way of looking at it. Exceptional. Picking words to make her jump. I'm sorry. I have such terrible handwriting. That is not terrible. Not only is it very fantastic, I could also read it. What? I wasn't thinking that at all. But it took you a long time to read because I'm a fucking illiterate bastard. Well, I just don't read scripts very often. I actually think your handwriting is pretty. Yeah? That's a relief. Also, I like the poem. Even though it's short, it was really descriptive. It wasn't too short. I've read shorter. I usually write longer poems. Not at all. I'm really glad you like it. I'll be honest. Since it's our first time sharing, I wanted to write something a little more mild. Something easy to digest, I suppose. Are you into ghosts, Yuri? Actually, the story isn't about the ghost at all, Dominic. Really? I must have totally missed the point. Well, I suppose you did only glance over it after all. But remember, the poet often expresses their own thoughts and feelings and experiences into their works. They usually do more than tell a simple story or paint a picture. In this case, perhaps the subject of the poem is only being symbolic compared to a ghost, lingering in her last remaining place of comfort, unable to let go of the past, and soon to be left with nothing. That's a lot more solemn putting it that way. I haven't even thought of that. That's impressive. Eh? It's nothing really. Yours was impressive too, so... If anything, I could probably learn a thing or two from you. You think so? Don't you dare pull off that shit. I want to bite your ear. Yeah, of course. You know, I was really nervous about doing all this. But in the end, I enjoyed it. I'm going to keep doing my best for you, Dominic. Me too. Jesus Christ, they're flirting. You know how to write like that, Dom? Never thought how to write that way here. I've never been able to write poems, but I used to write short stories and novels. You know, excerpts from novels and stuff, like scenarios. I used to want to be a novel writer, but I was never able to commit myself to a book long term. So I've never been able to finish a book. And after writing a few short stories, fanfics, and excerpts from possible books, I just stopped. So I don't have a lot of skill. Plus, my format for writing is kind of a little old-fashioned. These days, people want to use business letter format for writing novels and stories and reading them and all that. And I hate that because business letter format was made for idiots who can't read and have the attention spans of brain dead crippled fish. And that's by intent. It's because when it's designed to give you just the minimal amount of minimal and absolute information you need, and then that's it. You just throw the thing away. That's business letter format. But the novel format is extremely descriptive, has a lot of niches, some personalization in how you write it as well. And for a lot of people coming into it who are too used to business letters, it just looks like a massive wall of writing because they don't know how to do spaces and paragraphs. Completely incapable of doing spaces and paragraphs. That's one of the things I found when learning to write business letters. You can't write them like a novel because people don't have the attention span and the ability to read novels. At least not in a business scenario. So I always found it insulting when someone says, "Oh, write your book like a business letter," and I'm just sitting there thinking, "Oh, I am going to take your balls and shove them down your throat." But I don't know. One of those things, you know. Okay, so Yori was the other one that was skipping about the place. This is a good poem, Dominic. Are you sure this is your first time? Of course. It's not that good. Am I the kind of guy who would be writing poems in his spare time? I guess you're right. That's why it impresses me. Well, to be honest, I was afraid that you wouldn't do it seriously, or that you wouldn't write one at all. I'm really happy that you wrote one. It just reminds me of how you've really part of the club now. Not to mention the fact that I'm standing in front of you in the classroom. Well, of course. I'm not really into it yet, but that doesn't mean I'll break my promise. See? Just like I said, Dominic. Deep down, you're not selfish at all, you know? Trying new things like this for your other people? That's something that only really good people do. Thanks, Sayori. Not really sure if Sayori sees the full picture of my motives here. Then again, I can't deny that she's part of the reason I joined. I know... Be right back. And I'm back. The model breaks his neck when I come back? Yeah. Ugh. I got my burger back. Slapped it between some bread. Put taco mayonnaise on one side and red sauce on the other. Thankfully the burger isn't completely burnt. It's very well done. So it's alright, it's okay, it's alive, it's survivable, it's manageable, I can use it, eat it. Knowing how much this means to her and all. Yeah. And I'm gonna make sure you have lots of fun here, okay? That will be my way of thanking you. Alright. I'm gonna hold you to that then. Yay. Now, you'll read my poem too, right? Don't worry. I'm really bad at this. We'll see about that. Dear sunshine, the way you glow through my blinds in the morning, it makes me feel like you missed me. Kissing my forehead to help me out of bed, or sniping me in the eyes like a fucking cracked sniper. Making me rub the sleep from my eyes, or blind. Are you asking me to come out and play? Are you trusting me to wish away a rainy day? Huh? I look above, the sky is blue. It's a secret, but I trust you too. If it wasn't for you, I would sleep forever. But I'm not mad. I want breakfast. Yeah, Sayori's doing a good job setting us up. Sayori. This is just a guess, but did you wait until this morning to write this? No. Just a little bit. I can't answer just a little bit to a yes or no question. I forgot to do it last night. Well, at least you make me feel a little better about myself. Don't be mean. That was vicious. That was the backhand I've ever heard of it. You hear that smack from out here. I still tried my best. Oh yeah. I didn't mean to say that was a bad poem. It came out nice, or how should I put it? It sounds just like you. Really? Yeah. Especially that last line. I made eggs and toast. Even though you're late to school. It's bad to skip breakfast? I get all cranky. Well, I guess there's no point in arguing. Anyway, thanks for showing me. This was such fun. Monica's the best. Ah, yeah. Next time, I won't forget. And I'm gonna write the best poem ever. Where did Monica come into this? Well, I guess I'll look forward to it. We won't talk to Natsuki because we got 0 jumps from her. Monica. Hi, Dom. Having a good time so far? Ah, yeah. Good. Glad to hear it. By the way, since you're new and everything, if you ever have any suggestions for the club, like new activities or things we can do to be better, I'm always listening. But don't be afraid to bring things up, okay? Alright. I'll keep that in mind. Of course. I'll be afraid to bring things up. I'm much better off just going with the flow until I'm more settled in. Anyway, want to share your poem with me? It's kind of embarrassing, but I guess I have to. Don't worry, Dominic. We're all a little embarrassed today, you know? But it's the sort of barrier that we'll all learn to get past soon. Yeah, that's true. I hand Monica my poem. Great job, Dominic. I was going, oh, in my head while reading this. It's not necessarily a good thing. It's really metaphorical. I'm not sure why. I didn't expect you to go for something so deep. I guess I underestimated you. It's easiest for me to keep everyone's expectations low. The poem is a good way to get everyone to know everyone. It is, because they'll know that I won't write poems. That way, it always counts when I put in some effort. That's very fair. Well, I guess it worked anyway. You know Yuri likes this kind of writing, right? Writing that's full of imagery and symbolism. Unlike Sayori, who likes using simple and direct words to describe happiness and sadness. Yuri likes it when readers are left to derive their own meaning out of it. It's very challenging to write like that effectively. Both allowing people to get something out of it just by feel, or letting them to deeply analyse all the nuances. It takes years of practice, which I'm assuming Yuri has at this point. I never really asked though. I'm sure I'm nowhere near her level yet. Don't worry so much about that. You do your own thing. Just keep exploring and learn by trying new things. I'm sure I'll end up trying different things a lot. It could take a while before I feel comfortable doing this. That's okay. I'd love to see you try new things. That's the best way to find the kind of style that suits you. Everyone else might be a bit biased towards your own kind of styles, but I'll always help you find what suits you the most. So don't force yourself to write the way everyone else wants you to write. Not like you have to worry about impressing them or anything. Anyway, you want to read my poem now? Don't worry, I'm not very good. Sounds very confident for someone who claims to not be very good. Well, that's because I have that sound confidence. That doesn't mean I always feel the way you know. I see. Well, let's read it then. Hole in wall. It's so cold, the heat from my breath is causing a cold mist to appear in front of me. It couldn't have been me. See the direction the sparkle protrudes? A noisy neighbour, an angry boyfriend. I'll never know. I wasn't home. I peer inside for a clue. No, I can't see. I reel, blind like a film left out in the sun. But it's too late. My retina's already scorched by the permanent copy of the meaningless image. It's just a little hole. It wasn't too bright. It was too deep, stretching forever into everything. A hole of infinite choices. Realised now that I wasn't looking in, I was looking out. And he on the other side was looking in. So I'm going to level with you. I have seen bits and bobs of this game many years ago from other streamers. And I do know a bit about Monica. So now that I know what I know, this actually has an extra meaning. I think this is her talking about... I think I understand what this is saying. But I won't talk about it yet. Also, we don't have the little team of bobs right here. Her poem is clever because of the double meaning right here. So what do you think? It's very freeform. That's what you call it. I kind of find it very unnerving. That means this has more meaning than I realised. If that's what you call it. Sorry. I'm not really the right person to ask for feedback. It's okay. Yeah, that kind of style has gotten pretty popular nowadays. It is, a lot of poems have been putting emphasis on the timing between words and lines. When performed out loud, it can be very powerful. What was the inspiration behind this one? Well, I'm not sure if I know how to put it. I guess you have to say that I had some kind of epiphany recently. It's been influencing my poems a bit. An epiphany? Yeah, something like that. I'm kind of nervous to talk about deep stuff like that, because it's kind of coming on strongly. Maybe after everyone is better friends with each other. Anyway, here's Monica's writing tip of the day. Sometimes, when you're writing a poem or a story, your brain gets too fixated on a specific point. You try so hard to make it perfect, and you never make any progress. Just force yourself to get something done on paper and tidy it up later. Another way to think about it is this. If you keep your pen in the same spot for too long, you'll just get a big dark puddle of ink. So just move your hand and go with the flow. That's my advice for today. That's actually not bad advice for anything. The worst thing you can do is not do anything. For example, if you, in my case, when it came to VTubing, I actually kept putting off VTubing for like half a year, maybe more. Because I kept telling myself, I'll do it next week, I'll do it next month, I'll do it at this date because this makes more sense. But then I kept not being ready. Or I kept losing confidence and I kept stopping. And then on the day, on New Year's Day, I finally thought to myself, fuck it. I'm done with this putting it off. I'm going to do it. I'm going to just do it. And so on the first, I made my channel. And I just threw together what I already had. And I did my first stream. And 5 years later, here we are. Exactly. That happened. That almost happened to me. I almost didn't start VTubing at all. Because I kept delaying it. I kept looking for the best time. But when New Year's came around, I realised I had wasted the better part of a year saying I'll do it next time. So just do it. Doesn't matter if it's bad, doesn't matter if it's weird, doesn't matter if it's just an incomprehensible mess. Just do it. Because if you don't do it, you won't start. Well, that's my advice today, and it's my advice to anyone, just do it. You want to draw a picture? I don't care if it's just a stick man, do it. You want to draw massive tits, and it's all it is a stick man with 2 big circles on it? Do it. You want to start VTubing? Do it. You could always start a channel, get a feel for it, and then work on stuff later, or build up your channel you did get gradually over time, piecing together more and more stuff. You don't have to spend money if you don't want to. Just do it. That's my only real advice to anyone. Just do it. Thanks for listening. Okay, we have to bite the bullet. Tom does have one channel that we don't know about, so it doesn't have to work for the first time. Believe it or not, this is the only channel I have. Well, I have 2 channels if we count Twitch. Technically I have 2 channels. But no, I put everything in on Dominic, and I'm probably going to stick it out until the channel dies for good. I know that at this point my growth is pretty much stagnated, and I'm probably not going to grow much past this. I don't mind. We'll just see how it goes. Who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky someday. Dominic, if you're not going to take this club seriously, then go home. What? Harsh? What? Do you expect me to believe you actually put effort into this? God, that's the only shot where she's actually cute looking. Do you think I'm stupid? I'm not a writer. Maybe I'm not very good, but yeah, I did put in effort. We all start somewhere, right? If you're still proud of the first poem you ever wrote, then I'd like to read it. Painful to think about. Fine. Well, sorry. You'll get better anyway. I'll tell you how to improve, but you're better off just trying again. Fair enough. Well, to each their own, I guess. Anyway, guess I gotta share mine now. Knowing you probably think it's stupid. Knowing you probably think it's stupid. Eagles can fly, monkeys can climb, crickets can leap, horses can race, owls can seek, cheetahs can run, eagles can fly, people can try. But that's about it. I don't know how to feel about that. I feel like this... Okay, if I'm being realistic for a second, I feel like she's pointing out that how each of these creatures have something they specialize in physically. And then it says people can try, implying that we'd never actually be better than any of these things, the things they do. That's harsh. Yeah. I told you that you weren't gonna like it. I like it. What? Just be honest. I am. Why are you so convinced that I wouldn't like it? Well, because everyone in high school thinks that writing has to be all sophisticated and stuff. So people don't even take my writing seriously. But isn't the point of poems for people to isn't the point of poems for people to express themselves? The writing style wouldn't make your message any less valid. Yes, exactly. I write when it's easy to read, but it hits you hard. Like in this poem. Seeing everyone around you do great things can be really disheartening. So I decided to write about it. Yeah, I understand. But the other nice thing about simply writing is that it puts more weight on the wordplay. Like I set up for a rhyme at the end, but then I make it fall flat on purpose. It helps bring out the feeling in the last line. So you did. I guess more went into it than I realised. That's what it means to be a pro. I'm glad you learned something. I didn't expect that from the youngest one here, did you? Yeah, guess not. I decided to humour her with that last comment. I don't really care how old everyone is, but if Natsuki is finally feeling proud, then I won't take that away from her. Phew. I guess that's everyone. I glance around the room. That was a little more stressful than I anticipated. It's as if everyone is judging me for my mediocre writing abilities. Even if they are just being nice, there's no way my poem can stand up to theirs. This is a literature club after all. I sigh. I guess that's what I ended up getting myself into. Across the room, Sayori and Monica are happily chatting. My eyes land on Yuri and Natsuki. They gingerly exchange sheets of paper, sharing their respective poems. As they read in tandem, I watch each of their expressions change. Natsuki's eyebrows furrow in frustration. Meanwhile, Yuri smiles sadly. What's with this language? Huh? Did you say something? Oh, it's nothing. Natsuki dismissively returns the poem to the desk with one hand. I guess you could say it's fancy. Ah, thanks. Yours is cute. Wow. Aren't they? Wow. Cute. Did you completely miss the symbolism or something? It's clearly about the feeling of giving up. How can that be cute? I know that. I just meant the language, I guess. I was trying to say something nice. Eh? You mean you had to try hard to come up with something nice to say? Wow, Natsuki, please stop doing the woman talk. Thanks, but it really didn't come out nice at all. Well, I do have a couple of suggestions. Huh. If I was looking for suggestions, I would have asked someone who actually liked this. Which people did, by the way. They already liked this. And Dominic did too. So based on that, I'll gladly give you some suggestions of my own. First of all, excuse me. I appreciate the offer, but I've spent a long time establishing my writing style. I don't expect it to change anytime soon. Oh, she has pride. Unless, of course, I come across something particularly inspiring. And there's the kick in the teeth. Which I haven't yet. And Dominic liked my poem too, you know. He even told me he was impressed by it. Natsuki suddenly stands up. Oh? I didn't realize you were so invested in trying to impress our new member, Yuri. Eh? That's not what I... You're just... Yuri stands up as well. Maybe you're just jealous that Dominic appreciates my advice more than he appreciates yours. Huh? And how do you know he didn't appreciate my advice more? Are you that full of yourself? No. If I was full of myself, I would deliberately go out of my way to make everything I do overly cutesy. Oh! Is everything okay? Well, you know what? I wasn't the one who fools magically grew a size bigger as soon as stomach starts showing up. Natsuki! Natsuki, that's a little... This doesn't involve you. I don't like fighting, guys. Suddenly both girls turns towards me, as if they just noticed I was standing there. Dominic, she's trying to make me look bad. That's not true. She started it. If she could get over herself and learn to appreciate the simple writing is more effective, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. What's the point of making poems all convoluted for no reason? The meaning could jump out of the reader, not forcing them to have to figure it out. Help me explain that to her, Dom. Wait. There's a reason we have so many deep and expressive words in our language. It's the only way to comprise complex feelings and meaning the most effectively. Avoiding them is not only unnecessarily limiting yourself, it's also a waste. You understand that, right, Dom? Please, girls. I've known you for like 20 minutes? 2 hours. I've known you for about an hour and a half. For the love of everything unnatural, stop trying to turn me against everyone right off the bat. Holy shit. Well, how did I get dragged into this in the first place? Not like I know anything about writing. But whomever I agree with, they'll probably take more highly of me. Well, since we're going after Tits McGee over here. Natsuki, you're right that I liked your poem. See? Wait. That's not an excuse for you to be so mean. You shouldn't pick a fight just because someone's opinion is different. That's not what happened at all. Yuri wouldn't even take my poem seriously. I understand. Yuri, you're a seriously talented writer. It's no secret that I was impressed. Well, but here's the thing. No matter how simple or refined someone's writing is, they're still putting feeling into it. And it becomes something really personal. That's why Natsuki felt threatened when you said our poem was cute. I see. I didn't notice that I'm sorry. Ooh. It's like halfway towards an ooh-woo. They're both extremely biased, yeah. But Natsuki, you took it way too far. Yuri means well, and if you told her how you felt, then this wouldn't have happened in the first place. Are you kidding? That's exactly what I did. It was her that... Natsuki, I think that's enough. You both said some things that you didn't mean. Yuri apologized. Don't you think you should too? Natsuki clenches her fists. Oh, she's been dogpiled right now and she's not liking it. In the end, nobody has taken her side. She's trapped, at this point being defiant only because she can't handle the pressure. I ended up feeling bad for her. Sometimes when I'm hurt, it helps to take a walk and clear my head. Yuri, she doesn't need to. You know what? I'm gonna do that. It'll spare me from having to look at all your faces right now. Without warning, Natsuki snatches her own poem from the desk and storms out. On her way out, she crumples up the poem with her hands and throws it in the trash. Natsuki, she really didn't need to do that. I look across the room. Yuri has her chin buried in her hands while she stares down at her desk. I gingerly approach her and sit in an adjacent chair. Everything alright? I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe I acted like that. You probably hate me now. Jesus fucking Christ. No, Yuri. How could anyone not have gotten frustrated from being treated like that? You handle it as well as anyone could. I don't think any less of you. Well, alright. I believe you. Thanks, Dominic. You're too kind. I'm thankful to have you as part of this club now. It's nothing. One more thing. One thing that Natsuki said about, I would never do something so shameful. So, What thing did Natsuki say? Well, never mind that. I'm going to go make some tea. Ah, good idea. Make enough for more than one person, okay? Yeah. Okay, everyone. It's just about time for us to leave. How did you all feel about sharing poems? It was a lot of fun. Well, I'd say it was worth it. It was alright. Well, mostly. Dominic, how about you? Yeah, I'd say the same. It was a neat thing to talk about with everyone. Awesome. In that case, we'll do the same thing tomorrow. Fuck no! Maybe we'll learn something about from your friends too. So your poems will turn out even better. I think to myself, I did learn a little more about these kind of poems everyone likes. But any luck, that means I can at least do a better job impressing those I want to impress. I nod to myself with newfound determination. Dominic, ready to walk home? Sure, let's go. Sayori beams at me. It truly has been a while since Sayori and I have spent this much time together. Can't really say I'm not enjoying it either. I'm going to eat my burger a little bit. Well, not wrong. Ugh. Hey, Ari. Oh, I got a lot of food in my mouth. Does her head look like less of a balloon now? The shoulders feel a little broader and the head doesn't look as much of a balloon. Have I adapted? Still got a lot of smacking space. But what happened earlier? What do you mean? You know, between Yuri and Natsuki. Does that kind of thing happen often? No. That's really the first time I've seen them fight like that. I promise they're both wonderful people. You don't hate them, do you? Nah, I don't hate them. I just wanted your opinion, that's all. I can see why they'd make good friends with you. You know, Dominic, it's nice that I get to spend time with you in the club. I think seeing you get along with everyone is what makes me the happiest. I think everyone really likes you too. That's... Every day is going to be so much fun. Looks like Sayori still hasn't caught on to the kind of situation he's in. Sure, being friends with everyone is nice, but does it really have to need to stop there? And he wants to... You know? He wants to... You know? I'll just have to see what the future holds, Sayori. I pat Sayori on the shoulder. I said that more to myself than her, but it's easy to see Sayori as an internal monologue sometimes. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. Cage. Aha! Nomination? The newest. Inclusions? Yep. Vertigo. I knew it. Infallible. Infinite. Depression? That's her. Starscape. Horror. Anxiety. Unstable. Vivacious. Eternity. Philosophy. Disarray. Massacre. Heaven sent. Oh, we're getting there. Explode. Extraordinary. Oh, that's her. Unrequited. Oh, that's her. Oh, it's been a very long time. Another day passed and it's time for the club meeting already. I've gotten a little bit more comfortable here over the past couple of days. Entering the school club room, the usual scene greets me. Hi Dom. Yo, Sayori. Looks like you're in a good mood today. I'm just still not used to you being in the club, that's all. I see. Turn on the heating, you check. Okay. I guess it's always the simple things with you anyway. Speaking of which, I'm kinda hungry. Will you come with me to buy snacks? Oh, thanks. That's not like you at all. I have my reasons. Why don't you take a look at your purse, Sayori? Why that all of a sudden? No reason, really. Just wanted to look at it. There, Sayori nervously retrieves her coin purse. She fumbles with the latch and opens it. And she turns upside down to let its contents spill onto the desk. Only 2 small coins fall out. I knew it. I can see right through you, Sayori. That's not fair. How did you even know? It's simple. If you had enough money in the first place, you would have brought a stack before coming into the classroom. So either you're not hungry and want an excuse to take a walk, or you plan to conveniently forget that you spent all your money so that I would lend you some. But there's one more thing. You're always hungry. So that leaves one option. I give up. Don't make me feel guilty. If you feel guilty, that means you deserve to feel guilty. Yuri suddenly giggles. I didn't notice that she was listening in. Her face is in her book, as always. Wasn't listening or anything. It was just something in my book. Yuri. Tell Dominic to let me borrow some money. Don't get me involved like that, Sayori. Besides, you should only buy what you can responsibly afford. Frankly, after pulling a mischievous little stunt like that, your suffering is fair enough retribution. Did I just... I didn't mean that. Wow, the way her face just dropped like that. I got too absorbed into my book. Ooh. I really like when you speak your mind, Yuri. It doesn't happen much, but it's a fun side of you. There's no way you would think that. You were right, though. I did something bad, and now I have to accept the retribution. Still, coming from you, Sayori. Guess there's a little devil inside all of us, isn't there? Don't let her fool you. Sayori knows exactly what she's doing. After all, she told you guys she was bringing me to the club before she even told me. But boss, you wouldn't have come if it weren't for the cupcakes. I had to trick Natsuki into making them. Come on, give me some more credit than that, Sayori. He's right though. Okay, who clapped her? Yeah! Out of nowhere, something smacks Sayori in the face and tumbles onto the desk. Ow! What was... A cookie? Sure enough, it's a giant cookie wrapped in plastic. Sayori glances around. Is this a miracle? It's because I paid my restitution? Retribution. Actually, this one almost worked. I was just gonna give it to you. But then I heard you blab about the cupcakes. It was totally worth seeing your reaction though. Natsuki, That's so nice of you. I'm so happy. So you already hugged the cookie. Jeez, just eat it. I don't know, you know, random face cookies is really good. Sayori rapidly tears open the wrapper and takes a big old bite. So good. A really good cookie while you're really hungry after a good length of time is really, really good. Sayori suddenly clasps her hands over her mouth. Bit me tongue. Ugh, I hate biting my tongue and my cheek. You're going through a lot over just one cookie. Natsuki bites down on her own cookie. Yours looks really good too, Natsuki. Can I try it? Jeez. Beggars can't be choosers, but yours is chocolate. Yeah? Why do you think I gave you that one? Fine. Still, I'm really happy that you shared this one with me. Sayori gets out of her seat and goes behind Natsuki, that wraps her arms around her. Ah, jeez. I get it. Cookie still in hand, Natsuki reaches up to nudge Sayori off of her. Sayori suddenly leans down and bites out of Natsuki's cookie. Hey! Did you seriously just do that? Mouthful, Sayori trots away to safety. Yuri and I laugh as well. Jeez, you're such a kid sometimes. Monika, can you tell Sayori, eh? Natsuki glances around. Monika isn't in the class club room. Where's Monika anyway? Good question. Have any of you heard anything about her being late today? Not me. Yeah, I haven't heard anything either. That's a bit unusual. I hope she's okay. Of course she's okay. She's probably just had something to do today. She's pretty popular after all. Eh? You don't think she has a... I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably more desirable than all of us combined. That's true. Excuse me? Suddenly the door swings open. Sorry, I'm super sorry. Ah, there you are. I didn't mean to be late. Hope you guys aren't worried or anything. Eh? Monika chose the club over her boyfriend after all? You're so strong-willed. Boyfriend? Who on earth are you talking about? Monika quizzically glances at me. Never mind that. What held you up anyway? Well, my last period today was study hall. To be honest, I kinda lost track of time. Haha. That makes no sense at all though. You would have heard the bell ring at least. I must have heard it since I was practicing piano. Piano? I wasn't aware you played piano at all, Monika. I don't really. I kinda just started recently. I've always wanted to learn piano. So cool. You should play something for us, Monika. Monika looks at me. Maybe once I get a little bit better I will. Yay. That sounds cool. I'd also look forward to it. Is that so? In that case, I won't let you down, Dominic. Monika smiled sweetly. I didn't mean any kind of pressure or anything like that. Don't worry. I've been practicing a whole lot recently. I'd really love the chance to share one, so I am ready. I see. In that case, best of luck. Thanks. So I didn't miss anything, did I? No, not really. I choose to leave out Sayori's mischievous escapade. I'm sure Natsuki will end up complaining to her anyway. It looks like everyone has settled down. Sayori somehow already finished her entire cookie. Yuri is back to her book and Natsuki disappeared into the closet. Hey Yuri? Huh? I suddenly noticed Yuri is reading a different book from the one we've been reading together. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. No. I was kinda just waiting for you. If that's the case, why don't we go ahead and get started? Yes, let's. Actually, I have a request. Do you mind if I make some tea first? Not at all. Thank you very much. If there's one thing you can that can make my reading time here any better, it's a nice cup of tea. Not to mention for yourself as well. Yuri stands up and makes her way to the closet. I follow and watch as she retrieved a small water pitcher from the shelf. The kind with a filter inside. Can you hold this for a second? Sure. Yuri hands me the water pitcher and also fetches an electric kettle. I'm going to put this in the teacher's desk, and then we'll go get some water. She walks past me and sets the kettle down on the teacher's desk. I simply watch her movements. I'm sure he did. To my surprise, the way she moves really contrasts her speaking mannerism, especially because of her long legs. Yuri appears elegant and yeah. Okay. May I have the water pitcher? Thanks. I'll be right back. Thanks, I'll be right back. Might as well walk with you. Yeah? Why not? Shall we go then? Yeah. Where are you two off to? Eh? Yuri's going to make some tea, so... I suddenly realised how weird it sounds to explain this to Monica. We're just filling the water pitcher. Okay. Sorry, I was just a bit curious. That's kind of one-person job, isn't it? Monica, please mind your own business for once. Or do you want to tell me there's something wrong with helping involve Dominic in club activities? Oh, Jesus! Yuri just casually said back up, bitch. My burger got cold. We're going to sit in this for a minute. We need to drown in this possessiveness. Exactly. Okay. I had my single bite of my burger. My mouth is gapes. Yeah. Yeah, we only met her yesterday. She's already trying to lay claim to her property. My mouth gapes. I suppose there's nothing wrong with that. And let's go, Dominic. Very quickly exits the room and I follow. When someone pulls off that, you don't say no. You go. When she says sit, you sit. Once in the hallway, she suddenly puts her forehead against the wall. I spoke without thinking. How could I say something like that? Yuri? Something about the way she said that. It made me feel so irritated. What's wrong with me? God, I really want to bite that ear. No, Yuri. I think you did the right thing. I wasn't expecting it, but it's also not right for Monica to judge people like that. Dominic. How come, even when I do something bad, you're being nice to me? Because... Excuse me. Nothing that you do is as bad as you make it seem in your head. Oh, just notice the hair clip. Nobody's perfect. We have emotions and we can't always hide them away. But you always amplify things in your head. Your mind turns a light rain shower into a hurricane. No. Wouldn't you hate me for something as terrible as that? Why would I hate you? Look, after me-side I realised that I am all for a woman who could crawl out of a TV, fling me onto my bed, put me down and cover me eyes and just have her away from me. Like, wow. And I don't think there's a single man alive who wouldn't be into that. Even the people that lie to themselves and say oh, I'm the top. No, woman does that, you're a bitch. You're a bossum. Why would I hate you? I can't hate someone for having emotions. What kind of friend would do that? Friend, you say? Yuri lifts her head. Dominic, I really like being friends with you. Thanks, Yuri. I like being friends with you too. Now let's transition from friends and start smacking nasties. I feel kind of awkward saying something like that. I'm doing my best to help Yuri feel better. Anyway. Yeah. Shall we go? Yeah. Yuri and I walk to the nearest water fountain. What's the meme? Would you take the deal? Damn good deal. Yeah, you're not wrong. Once we fill up the water pitcher, we return to the classroom. Dominic, do you like oolong tea? I've only ever had milk tea, believe it or not. I have tried other kind of teas, but I haven't found something that really suits my palate. Something about milk tea that's just absolutely majestic to me. And I can't really handle black tea or flavoured tea, as weird as it sounds. I don't know what it is, it's just milk tea specifically I'm absolutely adore. Yeah. Anything is fine. Very well. Yuri set the temperature of the kettle to 200 degrees. Now it's time to get the teapot. You really do this properly, don't you? Of course. I shouldn't do any less when I'm making tea for others. Even if I'm not an expert on tea or anything? Woohoo. In that case, you'll only ever be more impressed. Perhaps I will. Yuri fetches the teapot and begins measuring the tea leaves. My surprise, she even starts humming a little to herself. You must be in a good mood now. Is that so? I was letting it show. And you noticed. I was doing a bit of thinking, and I decided that I'd try expressing myself a little bit more. Boba tea. You know, I've never had boba tea. I never even tried it. I've been curious about it, but I never tried it. Besides, a lot of teas I find you have to make yourself. It's like if you try and get tea out of a tea shop, it's like they don't know how to make tea half the time. You might get good milk tea if you're lucky, but generally speaking, they just pour boiling water on a tea bag and send that and just fling it at you. Be lucky if you get a fucking bowl of milk. A proper bowl of milk. Turns out it's not very hard for me to do. When it's you who's around anyway. That's great, Yuri. Just don't push yourself too much. You're always worried about me, Dom. It's very endearing. Yuri wasn't kidding. I don't even know if I can keep up with this. I watch Yuri pour a cup of tea. Jesus Christ, just ask her out. She's all but screaming it, you know? Oh, I feel like I can be more than myself if I'm around you. Oh, it's so nice being having you about. Oh, you make everything feel so much better. Fucking... just ask! I took a bite of my burger. Being back. Yeah. I watch Yuri pour a cup of tea for each of us. Dominic, I have another request. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? That's an oddly specific request. Main character's gonna fumble? I don't know. We're gonna have to wait until the fireworks act on. Need a whole 3 seasons before we hold hands. God. And then at the end, we never actually get to see who he picks. It just kind of cock blocks us the entire way through the story. Then it just sort of ends. Do you mind if we sit on the floor today? Yeah? Why is that? It's a little bit easier on my back. He just wants to sit in my lap. I can read with my back against the wall rather than bending over my desk. Ah, sorry, I didn't realise. No worries. I just have the back pain very regularly, so I do my best to manage it. I'm sure you do! Is that so? Wonder why that is. I wonder! It's most likely because of my the posture, right? Always hunched over like that while reading. Yes! I have terrible reading posture. So that's why we should sit on the floor. Fair enough. I'll go ahead and get the book. I retrieved the book from my bag. I have some chocolates as well. The bag of small chocolate candies I kept hidden from Sayori's candy radar. I take it, since it goes well with the tea. Yuri and I then sit against the wall, teacups at our sides. As if in sync, we assume the same reading posture as the last time, each holding one half of the book. Except this time, our bodies are even closer together. Ooh. Can't see too well because of your... Yuri slides closer until our shoulders are touching. Such a sly girl. Ooh. I was supposed to focus on reading like this, you don't. Yuri was always kind of cute, boss. And she's being less apprehensive. It's almost more than I can handle. Her teacup. Yuri hands me my teacup. Holding it with my hand that's not holding the book, I end up in a position that makes it even harder to focus. Because now, I need to worry about making sure I didn't accidentally touch her chest. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't mind. Meanwhile, Yuri hasn't noticed a single thing. She wears her intense reading expression. I can only presume the world around her has faded away. I am using all my willpower to focus on reading. After a few minutes, I finally manage to relax a little. I put the teacup between my legs and fumble with the chocolate wrapper. Sorry. I briefly let go of the book and finish opening the wrapper. You can have as much as you want. That's okay. I won't take any. You sure? Well, if I touch it, then I might get smudges on the pages. You're right. Didn't even think about that. My bad. No need to apologise. I'll hold the book, okay? Are you sure? Of course. Yuri opens the book with both hands. Of course. He holds it so that I don't have any harder of a time reading from it. As a result, her left arm is practically resting on top of my leg. Well, in that case, Yuri's already totally focused on reading again. I take a chocolate candy and pop it into my mouth. Then I take another chocolate and hold it up to Yuri. She doesn't even look away from the book. She simply parts her lips as if this situation was completely natural. But that means I can't stop there. I'm sure you can't. I apprehensively place the chocolate in her mouth. Just like that, Yuri closed her lips over it. Yuri's expression suddenly breaks. Did I just... Yuri looks at me like she needs to confirm what just happened. Dominic? Sorry. I guess I shouldn't have done that. That's... well... You were just helping. That's something that friends do. Right? I mean... Not really in this kind of context, but... Yeah? That's all it was. Yeah. Then she knows. You don't need to stop or anything. Oh, she knows. I see. Situation has gotten really tense. Yuri tries to return to the book, but I can tell just by her expression that she can't focus now. My heart is pounding. I nervously take another chocolate between my fingers, but this time Yuri's eyes met mine. How did it even come to this? Yuri doesn't avert her gaze. She wants to look me in the eyes as she sucks my chocolate. I notice her chest rising and falling to the rhythm of her breath. I raise my arm. Just like before, Yuri's lip parts her lips. But it's different this time. I take the chocolate and place it in her mouth. I feel her hot breath on my fingers. Okay, everyone. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. She just came in swinging. Burger bite. I swear, we were like 10 minutes away from banging. Fucking insane. Yuri may come off as a quiet, reserved girl, but Jesus, she has a beast in her. I'll say that much. No, there are 10 seconds.
Minutes? 10 seconds, you mean?
Oh no, they are 10 seconds away from fighting over the chocolate with their mouths. Ooh? Ooh-ah? Yuri jerks back. It's time to share the poems. Dominic, you can help Yuri put away the tea stuff, right? Yeah, of course. Okay. Thanks. The spell is abruptly broken. I'll take care of the cups. Yeah. Yuri picks up the teacups from the floor. I picked up the bag of chocolates. In the end, we hastily cleaned up without so much as a word between us. To be fair, they were clever with that scene. That was actually a really clever scene. Because they dimmed down the music and eventually cut it out. And you don't realise the music was gone until Monica comes back in swinging with that tape recorder. I get the feeling that this is something neither of us will have the courage to bring up. Fuck no. Well, Yuri it is. Let's see what you've written for today. Yuri stares at the poem with a surprised expression on her face. Do you like it? Dominic. This one might be even better than yesterday's. How did you even pick up on this so quickly? Just yesterday I was telling you the kind of techniques worth practicing. Maybe that's why. You did a good job explaining. I really wanted to try giving it more imagery. Yuri visibly swallows. Even her hands appear sweaty. Oh! After all that with the chocolate, it's the poem that gets her hot and bothered. If you ever did bring it up, I suspect that would be a breaking point of this shy play. Or she'll fold in on herself and then collapse from existence. Even her hands appear sweaty. I'm not used to this. Used to what? I don't know. It's fine, take your time. Yuri breathes and collects her thoughts. I know that Yuri likes to think before she speaks, so I offered that patience to her. Yeah. Just being appreciated like this, I guess. It probably sounds really stupid, but seeing someone motivated by my writing just makes me really happy. Are you saying you never shared your writing before? Yuri nods. Really? I don't believe it. I really only write for myself. Besides, people would just laugh at me. You really think that? Again, Yuri nods. Ah. Even your close friends? I bet she doesn't have any. Yuri doesn't respond to that. I wonder why. Anyway, you want to share the poem you wrote today? Yeah, I do. If it's with you. The Raccoon. It happened in the dead of night while I was slicing bread for a guilty snack. My attention was caught by the scuttle of a raccoon outside my window. That was, I believe, the first time I noticed my strange tendency as an unordinary human. I gave the raccoon a piece of bread, my subconscious well aware of the consequences. Well aware that the raccoon is fed will always come back for more. The enticing beauty of my cutting knife was the symptom. The bread, my hungry curiosity. Raccoon, an urge. The night increments its phases and reflects that much more light off of my cutting knife. The very same light that glistens in the eyes of my raccoon friend. A slice of bread, fresh and soft, the raccoon becomes excited. Or perhaps I merely projected my emotions onto the newly satisfied animal. The raccoon was taken to following me. You could say that we've gotten quite used to each other. Our raccoon becomes hungry more and more frequently, so my bread is always handy. Every time I brandish my cutting knife, the raccoon shows its excitement. Rush of blood, classic something conditioning. I slice the bread. I feel myself again. Not sure how to process this one. I was a little more daring with this one than yesterday. I can see that. It's a lot more metaphorical. I don't know if it's my fault, but I can't begin to imagine what this poem is about. So, there seems to be a weird inclination between the knife, the bread, and the raccoon. It seems she's feeding the raccoon, obviously, and she finds joy in the raccoon becoming more and more dependent on her. Are we the raccoon? That's right. It's a bit closer to my preferred writing style. Using the poem as a canvas to express vivid imagery and conveying emotions through them. Yeah, it also seems to be about conditioning, as if she's conditioning the raccoon knowing full well that the knife is actually the end goal. Moment. Well, if we're the raccoon, as we said, and as you said, the implication is that he's finding joy in feeding us, knowing that we're becoming more and more dependent on her. If we're looking at this comparatively to things that happened in the past. It can be seen as her being enjoying the fact that she's feeding us knowledge and we're developing her poetry with her. But the bread in this context might be her flirting with us. I'm kind of curious to know what's going on here. Well, I think it's something that different people can relate to in their own way. The knife is the big question though in all of this. I wanted to express the way it feels for me to indulge in my more unusual hobbies. How unusual is your hobbies? Does it involve knives? And I might need a safe word. It's those sorts of things I usually force myself to keep to myself. So I sometimes enjoy writing about them. Why do you keep them to yourself? Because they're embarrassing. And people will make fun of me. Don't you have anything like that, Dominic? Well, yeah, I guess I do. I feel like everyone has a little something like something like that. The best we can do is respect each other and their individualities. Even if it's difficult sometimes, and some things make us uncomfortable. After all, if I hadn't learned to embrace my weirdness, I would probably hate myself. I might be ranting a little bit now. I'm glad that you're a good listener. That's actually a good thing. Think about it. Everyone has something that's a little weird about themselves, an interest or a hobby, and once you accept that it's a little weird, and that's okay a lot of the time, and you know that, and you understand the responsibility of hiding and knowing how to share with restraint, I suppose. It's all well and good. You're good at a lot of things. Writing, listening. There really aren't many people like you, Dominic. That's exaggerating a little bit. It's just how I feel. Never thought I would feel so comfortable sharing my writing. But now, I almost feel like I look forward to it. It's just a really nice feeling. And you're to thank for that. It's nothing really. Yuri smiles sincerely at me. For just a moment, her timidness seems to disappear. Jesus Christ, that was just one encounter. Oh, I like this one, Dom. It has some nice feeling in it. Ah, I'm glad. Does that mean it's better than yesterday's? Let me think. No, I don't know. Guess I like them both. Oh, she's a people pleaser. That's not very helpful, you know. Well, I'm not very good at figuring out if poems are good or bad. That's why I just go by my heart. If it makes me feel things, then it must be a good poem. I'm not sure that's exactly how it works. Then again, I guess conveying feelings is a pretty important part of the whole thing. Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I don't even know what kind of writing you like in the first place. Yeah, me neither. Why don't you at least try giving it some thought? Oh, you want to write something for me? That's so sweet. Yeah, right. We're always thinking about other people. You need to think about yourself once in a while. If you don't, you might end up getting hurt at some point. Yeah? Well, I don't really know what you mean, but I'll try to keep it in mind. Well, whatever. Anyway, let's see. I guess I like happy poems. Wait, sometimes I like sad poems too. Sometimes a little bit of both. There's a word for that, right? What's the word I'm looking for? Bittersweet. Yeah. I like things that are happy and things that are sad. Happy and sad? I can't see you liking something sad, Sayori. Well, I like happy the most. Sometimes when you have a little more rain cloud in your head, a sad poem can help give the rain cloud a little hug. And make a nice happy rainbow. Sorry, that's unexpectedly poetic. It is? Maybe I'm getting better at expressing my feelings. Thanks, Tom. I should go write that poem then. You can read my poem now, okay? Fossils. I pop off my scalp like the lid of a cookie jar. It's the secret place where I keep all my dreams. Little balls of sunshine, all rubbing together like a bundle of kittens. I reach inside with my thumb and forefinger and pluck one out. It's warm and tingly, but there's no time to waste. I put it in a bottle to keep it safe. And I put the bottle on the shelf with all the other bottles. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts and bottles, all in a row. My collection makes me lots of friends. Each bottle a starlight to make amends. Sometimes my friends feel a certain way. Down comes a bottle to save the day. Night after night, more dreams. Friends after friends, more bottles. Deeper and deeper my fingers go. Like exploring a dark cave, discovering the secrets hidden in. The nook and crannies, digging and digging, scraping and scraping. I blow dust off my bottle caps. Doesn't feel like time elapsed. My empty shelf could use some more. My friends look through my locked front door. Finally all done, I open up, and in come my friends. In they come, in such a hurry, do they want my bottles that much? I frantically pull them from my shelf, one after the other, holding them out for each and every friend, each and every bottle. But every time I let one go, it shatters against the tile between my feet. Happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts in shards all over the floor. They were supposed to be for my friends. My friends aren't smiling. They're all shouting, pleading, something. But all I hear is echo, 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 echo inside my head. Oh, that is a scary poem. Is she feeling alright? Like, what this here is doing is like she's pulling out bits and pieces of herself and bottling them up with the intent of giving them giving them to friends, which kind of implies that she's hollowing herself out to create these masquerades. And when she tries to give them to her friends, they fall apart because they see the emptiness inside her. She's no longer happy. The happiness is gone. Scattered on the tiles, if you will. Basically, this is her pleading for someone to notice that she's no longer happy, that she's dug out all the happiness. I think she's begging for help. That last paragraph here is begging for help. Holy crap. Fiori, did you really write this? Of course I did. Didn't I tell you yesterday I was going to write the best poem ever? Yeah, but I mean, I didn't expect something like this coming from you. Monica taught me a whole lot. That's scary. And I've been really in touch with my feelings recently. I see that. It's almost kind of creepy. Creepy? Well, not exactly. Maybe because I'm so used to you being cheerful. Never mind. I'm thinking too hard about it. Point is, it came out good. You should be proud of it. Aw, thanks. I feel like I was meant to express myself this way. It even helps me understand my own feelings a little better. Writing is like magic. You've gotten pretty passionate about this, huh? I hope you keep it up. Yay! Writing's the best. I'm gonna keep writing until I die. That's scary. Don't get ahead of yourself, please don't. Sayori always has a habit of getting obsessed with something before dropping it more than a week later. Wonder if this is one of those things. Oh, I've been in her shoes a lot. The whole dropping things, I mean. Oh. Ah. Sorry, got a little bit of it stuck in my tooth. Okay, gonna have to bite the bullet with Natsuki here. Well, I can admit that it's better than the last one. But nice to see that you're putting in some effort. That's good. I still don't get like this at all. It's trying too hard to be serious. Yeah? What do you mean by that? Phones don't need to be all deep sounding to express something. It's going to just sound like you're forcing it unless you really don't suck at it. Honestly, don't bother trying to write poems like this until you're at least Yuri's level. Natsuki stopped short all of a sudden. Don't tell me. Huh? You're not trying to impress Yuri, are you? What you talking about? And keep your voice down. You know Yuri would love this angsty. Just because she's a talented writer doesn't mean, we're definitely trying to bang the girl. We're after Yuri. She knows it. She has us. You're right. She caught on. Ugh. Looks like I'm in trouble. I somehow struck a nerve. So what I did is beyond me. I am so done with you. Natsuki shoves the poem I handed her back over to me. Take your stupid poem. If you write it for someone else, just don't show it to me. Ouch. This is what I get for letting a young girl step into my business. Unless I was a mind reader, I was destined to be in a world of pain from the start. At least Natsuki wasn't really the girl I was trying to impress in the first place. We didn't even get to read her poem. What does she have that I don't have? Well, actually there's more than two, but I know exactly what you're on about. Right, Monica. You're the last one. Hi again, Dom. How's the writing going? Alright, I guess. I'll take that. As long as it's not going bad, I'm happy you're applying yourself. Maybe soon you'll come up with a masterpiece. I won't count on that. You never know. Want to share what you wrote for today? Sure, here you go. I give my poem to Monica. Alright. This one's good. Feels like you're not only getting more comfortable with your style, but the imagery is better than the last one I read. Just wondered, but have you been finding inspiration in Yuri's writing style? They're calling us out. I guess so. You can't deny that she's talented. Yeah, totally. I think her poems are the most romantic. That's the best way to describe it. It's like a totally different person when she picks up a pen. I noticed that too. But when she's talking about literature, it's like a light turns on inside her. Sadly, it's hard to get much personal conversation out of her. Trust me, I've tried. Ooh, my throat's starting to hurt. Weird. Feeling weird, so that's hurting more like a strain. Trust me, I've tried. Who knows what goes on in that head of hers? I hope you don't mean that in a bad way. No, of course not. I just meant that I wish she didn't keep so much to herself. But still, defending her like that. You must be pretty into her. Eh? You completely misunderstood. Calm down. I'm kidding. Besides, I'm pretty sure she already got a boyfriend. Wait, really? Yeah, a fictional one anyway. Monica kind of whispers that last part to me. It's just a hunch, but... well, there's not really anything wrong with that. Oh, well, I know. I'm just saying. Hang on a second, take another bite of my burger. I was just saying. But anyway, want to read my poem now? I like the way this one turned out, so I hope you do too. Alright, let's take a look. Save me. Colours, they won't stop. Bright, beautiful colours. Flashing, expanding, piercing. Red, green, blue. An endless cacophony of meaningless noise. The noise, it won't stop. Violins, grating, waveforms. Squeaking, screeching, piercing. Sine, cosine, tangent. Like playing a chalkboard on a turntable. Like playing a vinyl on a pizza crust. An endless poem of meaningless. Load me. Even more abstract than the last one. That's just the way I write. I'm sorry if you don't like it. No, I never said that. Just kind of a thing I've never really seen before, I guess. Kind of like playing with my space on the paper. Using where and how to space your words can totally change the mood of the poem. It's almost like magic. The way I wrote the lines, really short, makes it feel like they're trying to speak over the noise. I see. It's still hard for me to tell what it's about though. Sometimes asking what a poem is about isn't the right question. A poem can be abstract as a physical expression of a feeling, or a conversation with the reader. So putting it that way, not every poem is about something. Anyway, here's Monica writing tip of the day. Sometimes you find yourself facing a difficult decision. When that happens, don't forget to save your game. What? You never know when you might change your mind. Or when something unexpected may happen. Wait, that tip even about writing? What am I even talking about? That's my advice for today. Thanks for listening. I feel like that would have been a tutorial moment a while back. I'm gonna save it again. Okay everyone, we're done reading each other's poems, right? I have something extra planned today. So if anyone could come sit at the front of the room. Is this about the festival? Well, sort of. Do we really have to do something for the festival? Not like we could put together anything good in such a short amount, just a few days. We just end up embarrassing ourselves instead of getting any new members. That's a concern of mine as well. I don't really do well with last minute preparations. Don't worry too much. We're going to keep it simple. You won't need much more than a few decorations. So we're entering the school festival arc already. We're only what, 2 days into the story? 3 days into the story. Let me bet I'm eating again. Okay. From what I guess from this encounter, it feels like Feels like these two girls on the side, all these girls have something wrong with them. She seems to be extremely jealous of this one. She is kind of like high-strung about these two. And she seems to really dislike her for some reason. But she's being vague about it. Shiori has been working on posters and I've designed some pamphlets we can give out during the event. Oh, that's great and all. But that doesn't tell us what we're actually going to be doing for the event. Ah, I thought you heard about it already. We're going to be performing. Performing? Monica? Yeah, we're going to be having a poetry performance. Each of us are going to choose a poem to recite during the event. Honestly, I could get with any of the four. It's just this one's just screaming at me. At this point, I don't even care if Yuri is a boy in disguise. Just, fuck, I want her. But the cool part is, we're also going to let everyone else come up with and recite poems too. Yuri put it all on the poster in case someone wants to prepare ahead of time. Yuri, who's been colouring the poster, holds it up for us to see. Are you kidding me, Monica? She has been throwing herself at us. You didn't even start putting those posters up, did you? Well, I did. You really think this is a bad of an idea? Well, no. Not a bad idea. I didn't sign up for this, you know. There's no way I could be performing in front of a group of people like that. I agree with Natsuki. I could never in my life do something like that. I imagine it. Yuri shakes her head in fear. Eyes. No, say Yuri. I understand where they're coming from. Remember that Natsuki and Yuri have never shared their poems with anyone until just a couple of days ago. It's a lot to ask for them to recite their poems out loud to a whole room full of people. I guess I kind of overlooked that. So I'm sorry. But I still think we should give it our best. We're the only ones responsible for the face of this club. If we start the evening and each put on a good performance, then I will inspire others, each will inspire others to do the same. And the more people perform, the better we'll be able to show everyone what literature is all about. Yeah. By expressing your feelings, being intimate with yourself, finding new horizons, and having fun. That's right, and it's those reasons that we're all in this club today. Don't you want to share that with everyone? To inspire them to find the same feeling that brought you in the first place? I know you do. I know we all do. And if all it takes is standing in front of the room for 2 minutes and recite a poem, then I know you can do it. Natsuki and Yuri remain silent. Sayori looks worried. I guess that leaves me no choice. I agree. I don't think it's too much to ask. I think that Sayori and Monica have been trying really hard to get new members. Least we can do is help them out a little bit. And maybe Bob. Looks like Natsuki doesn't have any arguments left. Okay, fine. I guess I'll just have to get over with. Alrighty. Phew. Thanks, Natsuki. Okay, I'm gonna have to do something, and I have to check on something. And if I don't have a thing, I'm gonna have to do a thing. This thing might take a thing. Okay, I'm going to be back in a minute. Well, I say a minute, probably going to be like 50 in. So ye enjoy this magnificent view as I go and get milk. Be right back. I see you sniped someone while I was away. So, I went and got myself some milk. I have water boiling right now. I'm gonna make myself a cup of tea. Then we go from there. My legs hurt. What the hell is Docile Fairy Tale? That's an epic name. And he just used it for selling stuff? Thank you. What about you, Yuri? Yuri dejectedly glanced about at everyone else's expectant faces. I guess I don't really have a choice. That's everyone. What a waste of a username. Yeah, God, that was a beautiful username. It's just completely gone. That's everyone. You're the best, Yuri. This club is seriously going to be the death of me. Oh gosh. You'll be fine, Yuri, he says with a concerned face and a sweat mark. But anyway, let's move on to the main event. I want each of you to choose a poem of yours. We're going to practice reciting them in front of each other. No way! Monica! It's too sudden. Well, if you can't recite your poem in front of the club, how do you expect to do it in front of strangers? Oh no. Don't worry. I'll start off to help everyone feel a little more comfortable. Can I go next? Of course. Now let's see. Monica flips through her notebook to a specific poem she had in mind for herself. She then stands on the podium. Leave it here. Save. The title of this poem is The Way They Fly. Monica begins to recite her poem. Her clear, confident voice fills the room. More than that, her inflection is pristine. She knows exactly how to apply emotions behind each line she recites, bringing the words to life. Is this something she's done before, or she's simply a natural? I glance around me. Everyone has their eyes on Monica. Yuri looks amazed. Yuri has an intense expression on her face that I don't understand. Finally, Monica finishes the recitation. 4 of us applaud. Monica takes a breath and smiles. That was so good, Monica. Thank you very much. I was just hoping to set a good example. Are you ready to go next to Yuri? I'll go next. What? Yuri's fired up all of a sudden. Yuri clutches a sheet of paper between her hands and stands up. Keeping her head down, she walks quickly over to the podium. This poem is called. Yuri anxiously glances at each of us. You can do it, Yuri. Yuri. It's called After Image of a Crimson Eye. Yuri's voice shakes as she starts reading the poem. Just a moment ago, she practically refused to do this. Why is she suddenly putting in so much effort? As Yuri gets past the first couple of lines, her voice changes. It's almost like what happened when Yuri gets absorbed into her books. Her quivering words transform into sharp syllables of a fierce and confident woman. The poem is full of twists and turns in its structure that she enunciates with perfect timing. You've all started the debate club? That's true. This must be a rare glimpse into the whirling fire Yuri keeps concealed inside her head. Suddenly, she finishes. Everyone is stunned. Give me a second, I'm going to check on my tea. Well, good and bad news. I finally got my cup of tea. Bad news. The pain has gotten to the point where I'm after popping so many painkillers to keep this down. I think if the pain returns again, I might have to stop streaming for the night. It should be fine in the grand scheme of things, but still. Okay, got a nice cup of tea poured. I'll let it settle. You ever get tired of Doki Doki music? It's nice and calming. Great background music, especially if you're just passing time. It doesn't grate on you or irritate you, which is amazing. I'll try not to. It's just winter is not my year. Not my time of the year. It's like, I love winter, but it brings up a lot of... it forces me to remember a lot of my pains. Because for some god-awful reason, my body becomes hypersensitive. Yuri snaps back into reality and glances around her as if she was bewildered even herself. It's up to me to save this situation. I'm the first to start applauding. Everyone joins me afterwards and we give Yuri the recognition she deserves. It's not that we didn't want to applaud for her, but we were caught so off guard that we must have forgotten. As we applaud, Yuri holds the poem to her chest and rushes back into her seat. Yuri, that was really good. Thank you for sharing. Looks like Yuri is down for the count. Okay, I guess I'm next then. Yuri hops out of her chair and cheerfully walks to the podium. This one is called My Meadow. Sorry, I giggled. Yuri. It's a lot harder than I thought. How did you guys do it so easily? Try not to think of it like you're reciting to other people. Imagine you're reciting it to yourself, like in front of a mirror or in your own head. Oh yeah, she is boiling in that corner. Oh. It's your poem, so it'll come out the best that way. I see. Okay then. Sayori begins her poem. Somehow, it feels like her soft voice was made as a perfect match. The poem isn't aimlessly cheery like Sayori is. It's serene and bittersweet. If I were to read this on paper, I probably wouldn't think much of it. But hearing it come from Sayori's voice almost gives me a whole new meaning. Maybe this is what Sayori meant when she said she likes poems. It's like I get to reach more deeply into someone I thought I knew through and through. Sayori finishes and we applaud. I did it. Good job, Sayori. Yeah, even Dominic liked it. I guess that's a good sign. What does that even mean? It came out nicely, Sayori. The atmosphere of the poem fits you really nicely. But it might be that other poems wouldn't work quite as well with that kind of delivery. I don't really understand. In other words, it seems poems of yours where the sort of gentle delivery wouldn't work as well. They might need a little more force behind them, depending on what you're reading. Oh, I know what you mean. Well, I've been practicing that kind of thing. It's embarrassing to do in front of everyone. Then, next time, I'm going to make you pick a poem that challenges you a little more. We don't have much time before the festival, you know. Okay. Now, who's next? Natsuki? Don't make me go before Dominic. Not like I can compare to you guys anyway. Might as well let Dominic lower everyone's standard a little before I have to do it. Natsuki. It's fine, it's fine. Yeah, she doesn't like her poems. Give me a sec, I need another sip. Oh. I know, this cup didn't come out, this tea didn't come out too good. But the warmth is great. She's pretty harsh, she is. But she's been beat down by everyone so far today. I think I can understand why she's kind of pissy. Give me a sec. Alright. It's fine, it's fine. Might as well get it over with. It's not like I have much of a selection to have to read from. I'll just go with what I wrote for today. I stand up and step in front of the podium. Everyone has their eyes on me, making me feel terribly awkward. I recite my poem. Since I'm not exactly confident in my own writing, it's hard to put energy into it. But despite that, once I finish, I received my applause anyway. Fuck. Oh. He came out a bit murky. Don't worry about it so much. I think it's less about your ability and more about your lack of confidence in your writing. That's something that will improve over time though. Nobody said where last time? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Alright then. That just leaves Natsuki. Yeah. I'm going. Natsuki begrudgingly gets out of her seat and makes her way to the podium. The poem is called... It's called... Why are you looking at me like that? Because you're presenting. Anyway, the poem is called Jump. Natsuki takes a breath. When she starts reciting the poem, her sour attitude disappears a little. While she's still a little unenthused, her poem has a rhythm and rhyme to it. It's Natsuki's trademark style, and it works surprisingly well when spoken loudly. The words felt like they bounced up and down as if it given life to the poem. Natsuki finishes and everyone applauds. She hops back to her seat. It wasn't so bad, was it? Easy for you to say. You better not make me do that again. Ah, well. Do you at least feel prepared enough to recite a poem in front of other people? I mean, doing it in front of others people would be way easier. I could put on whatever face I want for other people. But when it's just my friends, just embarrassing. That's a surprise, Natsuki. I think it'll be the other way around for me. Well, that's just how it is, so. Well, I guess in that case, I won't have too much to worry about for the festival. That said, I want to thank everyone for coming through. It might be hard, but I hope that you all have an idea of what it's like now. Make sure you pick a poem and get enough practice before the festival, okay? I'll be making pamphlets, so let me know ahead of time what you'll be reciting. Jeez. I should probably find some other poem to recite instead. That's fine too. It doesn't have to be your own. I'm already pleasantly surprised that you're putting in all this effort for the club. It makes me really happy. Ah, yeah, no problem. Okay everyone, I think that's about it for today. I know the festival is coming up, but let's try to write poems for tomorrow as well. Okay, we seem to be very messy today. It's been working out really nice so far, so I'd like to continue that. As for the festival, we finish planning tomorrow and then we'll have the weekend to prepare. Monday's the big day. I can't wait. I can do this. I can do this. Alright. I stand up. There's no way I'll be able to find the same enthusiasm as Sayori and Monica, but I'll do my best to get through it. If it's for the sake of the club, And I'll impress Monica. Then I'll have to do my best. Ready to go, Sayori? Yeah. Look at you two, always heading home together like that. Kind of adorable, isn't it? These guys. Don't make such a big deal out of it. It must be really nice, though. Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? It's okay, Dominic. You don't have to say it. What does she mean by that? Whatever, let's go already. Walk home with Sayori once more. Even though it's only been a few days, a lot of things have already changed. But today, Sayori is being a little quieter than usual on the way home. Hey, Sayori? Sorry, I was spacing out. No wonder. I was thinking about something from earlier. I like how we get to... Sayori fumbles with her words. So, let's just say that one day, Yori asked to walk home with you. Huh? What would you do? What kind of question is that? Kind of put me on the spot here. Yeah. I would walk home with Yuri. I'm gonna be honest. I'd walk home with Yuri, huh? Like, just the thought of that makes my heart pound. I mean, given how hard it is for her to socialise, I feel awkward turning her down, so... Isn't she so beautiful and smart? It has nothing to do with what I said. It has everything to do with what I said. Haha, you admitted this. Jeez. There's not even any point in speculating something that's never going to happen. Well, maybe. But I just like to think about it. That's not long before you need me anymore, right? Need you. Sayori, can't figure it out how you're seeing things in your head right now. Sorry. Everyone is different. Nobody in the club is a replacement for you. If you say so. Conversation trails off, and I'm left feeling awkward. Is she concerned that we're going to abandon her? It's kind of her fault for trapping me in such a weird question. Can't just lie to her. But if there's something that makes her happy, I would hate to take that away from her. That's why I said there's no point in speculating. And again, festival's only a few days away. Who knows what happens in that time? Oh, that's her. That's her. Essence is her. Fallible is her. Organs is her. Entropy. Empty? No, that's her. Analysis? Yep. Misfortune? No, that's her. Vivacious. Heaven sent? Yep. Determination. Ambient? Desire. Effulgent. He likes big words. Intellectual. Disaster. Tenacious. Extreme. Vitality. Extreme vitality. Your childhood friend never guessed the AMC. Normally, yeah. Oh man, I'm the last one here. It's usually the bitch. You know, the first person they encounter that, you know, treats them like a sack of shit. I'm the last one here, okay? Again, don't worry, I'm just walking into... Were you practicing piano again? Yeah. Must have a lot of determination starting this club. You know what? I'm gonna save it here. The fucking cold pain I'm feeling right now is starting to get me. The nerve in my thumb, of all places, is fucking with me. And nothing seems to be calming it down. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, I've downed a lot of painkillers. But they're all cheap over-the-counter bullshit. Not even on the over-the-counter, they're shelved bullshit. I have to get some decent stuff from the pharmacy. Doing. It's a fairly good spot, I think. It's a new day, the 4th day. I think this will be good. Now, there's a certain brand that I'm kind of loyal to, called Nurofen. It's extremely reliable in my experiences. Anything else, it's like you'd be lucky if it actually works for more than 10 minutes. But Nurofen, I feel like I can actually get a few hours out of it. So it might take half an hour to actually kick in. Very reliable, very good. But yeah, no, I'm gonna have to get some decent stuff. Now, once spring is gone, and the warmth actually starts to come in during summer, that's when the pain goes away.
You need a phoenix down.
I need more than a phoenix down, I need a hammer. The story so far is interesting. It's playing out as your typical visual novel romance game. And I'm surprised about how long it's keeping it up. So I'm curious to see, like, we're 4 hours in. Probably played about 3.5 hours worth of the game so far. And we're still going hard in. And all we're having are these little clues that would only be noticeable by people who already have knowledge, like us. Still, we have a ways to go, and we'll finally see how it pans out. It's the only visual novel you've actually played. Fair enough. I know I played a few, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. We'll see how it pans out. But yeah, it's definitely playing out like your typical dating sim. Cool clubroom dating sim. It is interesting seeing some cracks, like how they all come off as bubbly, but they all seem to have something bitter between each other. And all of them seem to have mentioned Monica in some way, though Yuri herself has been hanging around with Monica a lot and talks about her a lot. But she's talked about her more than the other two have. These two seem to be at odds with each other creatively, but Yuri seems to be at odds with Monica in regards to us. No one seems to be thinking anything about her, but she's been talking about how Monica has been teaching her. And I'm kind of worried about her failing mental state. I'm kind of partly wondering if Monica has a hand in that. I think she's too self-absorbed to intentionally do anything. Natsuri. But we'll see how that pans out. Probably won't be seeing much of Natsuri's story at all because we're focusing on Yuri. Natsuri, Yuri, Natsuri, or Monica. Her poems are extremely concerning. it feels like it has this illusion of bright and bubble at the beginning. Then at the end, it's like a cry for help. Yeah, there's definitely something going on, especially that last conversation when we were talking about if you already asked to go home with us. Natsuri seems to have given up on life for the most part. Like, she, at the very least, she considered any effort to be hopeless. And Yuri seems to be so caught up in her own little interests that she's kind of passive-aggressive. She's very aggressive against those who kind of impose upon them. And we've seen that with the poem with in regards to poetry with Natsuri, in regards to us with Monica. Makes you wonder, right? Possessive girlfriend, oh yeah. Okay. He's definitely leaning on the extreme possessiveness side, I feel. Check my phone now that I think about it. Oh, hello. That's in 5 days, so I'm not worried about that. Do I need rest? Honestly, I do, but I'm probably going to be up for a bit. Because I finally got into Honkai Star Rail again. Star Rail. And I'm actually enjoying myself with a lot of the updates since I stopped playing before the after the deer boss on the third world. Or was it the second world? I think it was the third world. And I've started, and while I am working on the fourth world, I took a break from it to do some side quests, and I accidentally started a quest line that takes place after the events of the fourth world. But it gets me a free character, so I'm just continuing this. Never played Star Rail? That's fair. I'm enjoying it. I managed to get my hands on a schoolgirl that transforms into a giant Mighty Morphing Power Ranger that kicks ass. And I'm having I'm going to have a lot of fun with that once I finish leveling her up. Usually don't stick with gacha. I'm the same. But there's a few gachas that I keep returning to. Honkai Star Rail and Honkai Impact Third. Those are the two that I keep going back to. Mostly because I enjoy the gameplay. Honkai Star Rail I don't think you'd enjoy because it's third person. It's not third person, it's turn based. But that's up to you. And Honkai Impact Third is your typical, action combat game that people compare to a mixture of Bayonetta and so on and so forth, because the starting character has a fighting style similar to that. Gameplay, you want gameplay of that? Sure, that's not impossible. Give me a second. My arm is super itchy. There's a massive tear on my arm for some reason. It's already scabbed over, but I don't know where it came from. Honestly, I never, other than Honkai Impact Third at the beginning, I never really done the gacha games things like Zenless Zone, Honkai Star Rail, and Genshin and all that, because they're a lot of people, when you go into that, they kind of want to see you play from the beginning to recent, and I don't like starting over accounts like that. What happened to your roommate? What roommate? The spider? Oh, God knows. I haven't seen that fucker in a long time. I have a new one. He lives on the sink. I don't mind him. I only noticed him today when I was doing some washing. He literally he's kind of set up right above the sink. Like a few inches, just off in the corner. So it only takes a little bit for him to scuttle down a drain, but I don't mind him too much. He's one of those ones that have really long legs, but are so thin and small that they're almost transparent. You know those spiders? Kind of like daddy long legs without the wings? Or the big ass fucking boss? Well, if nothing else, I had a fun time today. I wish the winter wasn't kicking my ass. I wish I had a nice big tub of Nurofen with me, so I can finally put it down. Well, in my case, they won't. Apparently, I've learned a few things about spiders. One is that they'll actually use their big mandibles. They'll actually use them to kind of hook onto things for stability. So it looks like they're biting you, but they're not. They're just hooking your skin so that they don't fall off. But generally speaking, and struggle. When listen to some DDLC after the stream, then struggle to find something remotely interesting to watch. Yeah, you have that struggle. Sorry about that. I wish I could do the really long streams, but winter is kicking my ass. Maybe when we start rolling into late spring or summer, when everything warms up and I'm no longer in pain just waking up, I think that'll be good. You take care? Yeah, I'll try anyway. We'll see how it pans out. Plus, my throat is starting to get worn out from that last 4 hours, 3.5 hours of talking. Just straight talking. Have to voice act every fucking syllable in this game. It'd be nice to take a break instead of trying to push it for a really long time than not being able to talk for half a week. Surprised you managed 4 hours. My voice was starting to give out. Straight up. But we made it. That's all that matters. Probably could have done a little bit longer, but I don't want to risk it. Especially when I'm currently in the situation I'm in right now. Actually, I'm going to check my raid section. Is there anyone anyone on today? Oh, Dag is on, and so is Tick. Tick is playing for Science You Monster. What's he playing? What are they playing? Tick is playing Stardew Valley, and Dag is playing Marvel Rivals. Anyone you think I should swing a thing on? Just because it's just us? We're about the halfway point, so it's alright. Really? Hey, give me a second. I'll type in coin flip. So heads for Stag, tails for Brain. Okay, we're going to stag today. Oh. Okay, let's get this raid started. Anyway, I am in a scary amount of pain right now, but such is life. So I won't dilly-dally too much longer because I'm starting to feel like I'm getting kicked in the face. So the game was fun, and I hope to play more of it because you know it's actually not bad. I can't wait to see how it all pans out. Other than that, I'm off tomorrow, and I have to make the schedule for the next week. So we'll see how that pans out. For now, though, thank you for coming. Thank you for watching. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for other stuff. Don't know if anyone saw this stream. I don't. Good luck. Goodbye. I wish you all the best. I am going to kick the teeth out of my fucking skull. Good night. I'm going to send you over now. Bye.